So we're gonna pick up where we left off with RoadCraft. As you can see, last stream we did finish with Sojourn. So we are on our 6th map we're getting to. And the two choices we have is Deluge, which is basically an upstream dam has broken and there's water everywhere. And then Sand Swept. And mostly because I couldn't remember what the maps were, I'm gonna go with Sand Swept because I just made all the titles relevant to sand. We'll figure it out. But yeah, so the idea is, after an especially violent sandstorm swept through the region, the solar power plants surrounding the area were rendered inoperable, threatening the region's power grid. You've been tasked with repairing the facilities and restoring the remaining solar plants to working condition. Cool. We can choose you for my starting vehicle. But yeah, so we had fun with Sojourn. That was, there was a natural gas plant that collapsed and then exploded. Because that's actually a danger you have when you're doing the well style, like whether it's oil or whatever. That there's a whole process around taking the material out and also putting, like, it'll usually be something like water or whatever in place. That way you don't have this big hollow expanse underneath you. But it's pretty easy to mess that up. And if you mess it up, bad things happen. Okay. Yep, that is a really big solar farm.
That sandstorm sure did a number on Elamir. Not only is the power grid down, but that's a lot of sand in places you don't want it. Still, the damage may be even worse than that. So, there are two places I'd like you to swing by and check out. The concrete plant and the repair shop. We really need equipment from the shop and concrete from the plant for a bridge across the river. After all, we're not getting any shipments until we reach the other side.
Oh, also, we do still have our last airdrops. Let's go out of our way to try and do that today, by the way. Which I keep saying every single one of these. But, at this point we're down to 3. Like, let's get them done. So if we get any little stream, we're stopping anything we're doing immediately. We're making a ramp and we're jumping it. Yeah, that was pretty much every channel I've caught playing this. People are just like, Kelly is an experience. Is Kelly a good or a bad experience? Look, well, you'll need to get back with me on that one. I'm still working that out. But Kelly is certainly an experience of some kind. Where at one point she's like super just like, we're all replaceable, the company, like, we are just cogs in the machine and all that kind of stuff. You're like, dang, Kelly. I mean, you're probably not wrong, but like, you don't need to be hammering it so hard on me as the new employee. Like, I've already signed on. The contract is fulfilled, like, or signed. Like, I'm in for it. So this place is a little bit of a mess. Considering this is supposedly a sandstorm that happened, I'm seeing an absence of really heavily piled up sand. And it more looks like a junkyard that people just left their crap laying around. Yeah, Kelly, we've already played Hard Spaceship Breaker. Actually want it the other way around. Okay. But yeah, for those who haven't caught us playing RoadCraft before, this is the latest entry in the, you know, Mud Runner, Snow Runner, Expeditions, whatever you want to call it, like that whole series. The big things to know about it is not Snow Runner. It's not trying to be Snow Runner. It never will be Snow Runner. It's a whole different thing.
I've seen many a mess on this job, but this may just update the definition. Looks like my kid's room after a study session. I use the term study loosely. I guess it falls to you to play the parent and clean the plant yard. Then you need to build a road and use it to deliver the vital equipment. I'm sure you can handle it.
Okay. So, we're going to start by just grabbing our crane and starting to do crane things. Also, we have a ridiculous amount of money from finishing the stuff from the last one. So let's go ahead here. What new fancy tech do we got? We've got the heavier mobile crane, which I will now buy. We've got the log forwarder, which I will buy. And now we're out of money. As it was meant to be. That's the one thing you do appreciate about this game is even though it's not super obvious about it, is the fact that it's not just set in Generica. Yeah, no, they bound you between a bunch of different locations. There's our new crane. They bound you between a bunch of new different locations, like, okay, you're in North Africa now, okay, now you're in Eastern Europe, okay, now you're in wherever. Which I think is good. But yeah. And honestly, a lot of the Snow Runner games, whether it's Mud Runner or Snow Runner or Expeditions, they're usually pretty good about being like, okay, this map you're in Alaska. Okay, well it's all super snowy tundra and all that. Okay, now you're in northern Michigan. Okay, well now it's far more boreal, like, you know, lush green, like deep green trees and all that. But, you know, rainy or whatever. So your stepdad had a sandstorm back in 1973. House had like 3 feet of sand. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is there like supposedly there's been an extra awful sandstorm? Like, you do realize like the big problem with sandstorm is just they're sand, lots and lots of sand. Pretty much every flat surface that doesn't have something blocking it is gonna have a whole hell of a lot of sand piled on it. Versus like, this is where all the sky sand comes from? Gotcha. So the reality is we've actually been absorbing through like osmosis or something all the sand left by the sandstorm and then using it elsewhere. I wonder how much of a difference this crane's going to have, because I'll be honest, this thing looks pretty much identical to the other heavy crane we've used so far. All right. Okay. So we definitely have a bigger arm. And the stilts coming off the side of it are way wider stance than the previous one. Yeah, our vehicle, for dragging this stuff, not budging. So consider me convinced. So it seems like, all in all, kind of like if someone just took that first crane and then just immediately turned around and said, what if the numbers were bigger? And then just kind of left it at that, which is fair. But it does feel like it's just a very direct, it's kind of the same exact animal, but, you know, the stronger version of it. Have it shaped differently, so aesthetics. Yeah, that's fair. That said, for gameplay thing, that's not what I wanted. For gameplay thing, there's all that. What I still need is a better vehicle for dragging stuff like this. Number go up, happy brain chemicals. Yup. Is he on the heavy loader? Gotcha, I'll have to look at that. Because they also fit the, they fit the Wayfarer well, but you know, then you're driving the Wayfarer, so there's that. Oh, I see what you're saying. The heavy loader like the vehicle loader. Okay. Getting all these out of the way. We're gonna have to move the crane forward here in a minute. All right. So this one's interesting because a lot of our maps have forced us to do a bunch of work to get our garage. And it's just like, nah, it's fine, you got your garage. Don't worry about it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I'm sure we'll find out that some of these places I'm dumping this stuff end up not being a good idea, that they're in the way. Oh, crane smash. Big crane destroy. Yup. Could you switch target? There you go. Yeah, no, this crane is definitely a marked improvement. It's like by being able to get so much higher too. They don't have to worry about a lot of stuff. Well, that's the thing. We don't really know our way around the map right now, so I'm mostly just tucking out of the way. But for all I know, we'll end up having an area over here to the right where it's like, okay, that's where it needs to drop off, that we've just missed, that there's like a truck drop point over there, that kind of thing. But as far as I'm concerned, mostly I'm piling the stuff into corners where crap already is piled. So it should be fairly benign. But you never know. Perfect. Okay. Well, I mean, with the crane, all of this is reachable. If I could drop something somewhere, I could pick it back up somewhere for the most part. The big thing is going to be a matter of what we end up needing where. We don't have that information yet, so I'm not super worried about one way or the other. Oh, but the mule? I mean, honestly, a lot of times, I'll end up using something other than the mule. The mule's a good vehicle. I guess that one's just stays there. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like even the other heavy crane, not even this one, even the other crane, it's like, oh, this one you're supposed to use the Wayfarer to bring. It's like, or hear me out, I have a heavy crane. It's like, oh, this one's meant to be accessed by the scout. Oh, hear me out, I have a heavy crane. Well, you should definitely go, and this mission is meant to be handled by, like, your all-terrain cargo thing. Yeah, I have a heavy crane. Because a heavy crane can handle most terrain really, really well. Its only reason I wouldn't use it for even more is the fact that it can only carry, from a pragmatic standpoint, one thing at a time. That's kind of its only thing that makes it not just supersede so many other vehicles. Okay. Alright, looks like we got a car I missed way back here. Yeah, that's, we definitely abused the, like, this is the first time using this heavy crane, but the other heavy crane we definitely abused for a lot of stuff. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, that to me is a totally fine thing. Because the trying to make it so you couldn't abuse it, they'd probably have to do so much to make the crane not as good. That's kind of like, yeah, but it's just not worth it. People are going to find a way to mess with it. Alright, so we got that sorted out. I've been meaning to recycle one of these giant, like, water tower things. It's just, for the most part, the times we've had them, they've been nowhere near a recycling place. I imagine they gotta be pretty good material. Okay. Pretty sure this one didn't technically get considered inside the area, but I was literally swinging past it, so why not? Okay. And one good news thing here is this is, can you throw things? Sort of-ish. It's a little hard to get a good throw because it doesn't move very fast. Like, for example, if we turn this over here, I can, like, try and rock it back and forth to get a good swing out of it. So you get the idea is I can do a little bit of a throw, but it just doesn't have enough speed to, like, really hug it. Some of the grabber cranes, like the ones where it's like on a base and you kind of just have the claw, I've been able to get a pretty good throw out of those once or twice, where you like really kind of get it to like snap the wrist right at the end really hard. I've been able to get that to work a little bit. Okay, so we're building the road there. So I'll go here. And we will grab... Ooh, let's check. Where's the sand available? Okay, sand's available in the area. I don't need to sweat it. Alright, because I don't need to sweat it, I'm just gonna grab the regular old dump truck, the littler one. As opposed to going out of my way for the bigger one. Alright. It's to the left, right? Yeah, so we go out to the left and we just follow it around. You know, natural disasters, it's all effed up, but still, sometimes you gotta yeet in a video game. Hey, sometimes when you got a bunch of junk laying around, you're like, I need this junk over there, and it's not a thing of precision, yeeting is the appropriate way of dealing with it. Being like, this thing here, this thing right here, I don't care where it goes as long as it's not here. So, hucking it over the fence, acceptable. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's interesting that they want to... Oh, it's loose sand. I understand now. I was like, why are they having us build this, like a road like this? This is like relatively fine. And then they're like, oh, I'm sinking into the ground a foot. Never mind. It's mostly just trying to take this area and get it so you don't sink in a whole bunch. When you're entrusted with huge industrial machines, sometimes you just simply have to eat. Yep. It's just the way it is. Yeah, so we're definitely going to need the bulldozer to shove these giant rocks off the path, which is fine. All right. I wonder if you can plant the sand already there. Probably not, but I mean, we could check. The thing is, if you look at the sands, they're very clearly a different material as far as the game mechanics are concerned. They behave differently and everything. So I would be really surprised if we can manipulate it in a meaningful manner. But I'm down to drive, like, just off the side of this road and just push the bulldozer and see what happens. Didn't you just bulldoze all that sand out of the way? I mean, then you're going below the pavement line. Like, if anything, we're trying to build up the terrain to be higher to match up end to end where we've got this big dip. Plus, this is a desert. There's sand under that sand. And there's sand under the sand. And you keep going down until you reach actual sandstone. But by then you're, you know, a good chunk down. So that doesn't really do a whole lot. Let's see, my guess is that you can only manipulate it if you go into manual mode of the full wheel, and even then, it retains its sticky properties. It's exactly what I would expect. My assumption is, like, if we looked into the code, there's probably, this terrain is, like, loose sand, fine sand, whatever they call it, whereas the stuff we're, you know, putting down, they might consider, like, compact sand or something, like, whatever, like, road sand, I don't know. So it's probably, like, literally in the engine, you know, entirely different materials that have entirely different properties and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like I said, you'd still run into the issue here where you can kind of see that we've got the road on this side and the road on the other side. That by the time you got down through the sand in real life even, you'd just be so far down, you'd still have to build up. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's technically possible that there's just road down farther. But that might be part of the idea of, like, putting the road up higher is to prevent it from being buried again as easily. Yeah, we have an exclusivity contract that we're only allowed to use sky sand. Yep, you guess the point is that all the existing roads have been damaged, so we're here to make new ones. Yeah, because even if you look at the areas that are high up, this road is in a sorry state. Yeah, like you can look here, for example. There's that road there. This sand we're just going to roll right over. And we don't in any way influence it, beyond leaving treads, that is. And it's just because, game mechanic-wise, what's probably going on under the hood is that's just a texture on the road. It doesn't mechanically do anything, it's just aesthetic. Like these little patches here are just aesthetic as well. But that's just like kind of programming, game dev kind of stuff. Giving absolutely everything physics would just be absolutely brutal. Yeah, no, you can definitely go into manual mode and do that. I showed that off the other day. Now, granted, I've kind of found that outside of like knocking down bumps and like bumps on like little hills or whatever, the manual mode gets pretty rough when you're trying to actually like make something level or whatever. To me, manual mode is more about knocking down higher elevated areas and then putting sand on them to not make them utterly cursed. Okay, so let's go check. We're gonna turn around here because we're still in this area where we had all that loose sand. You tried manual mode to make the slope better. It definitely didn't go well. Yeah, and that was the same thing, is it's just way too hard to get to play nice because your vehicle's doing all this, and every time it touches down, it just rips into the ground and makes a huge mess. Let's get past the rock real fast. Okay, so we're flattening here. So we did chip a little bit just where we had sand there, but if you notice, none of the rest of it's being affected. And I could switch it to manual and deliberately lower it down. And that works a little bit. But if you actually look what it's doing, it's really kind of just tearing up the terrain and making a mess. It's not something I would see as a way of, you know, fixing the road. This vehicle's actually not the worst with it, but you can still see it's all covered in all sorts of bumps and grooves and all that. So like I could see using it where that would, like, you got this ridge here. I could see using manual mode to knock down the ridge, to then dump sand to make it better. You had to go over a bunch of times in level mode to fix it. 0 out of 10 don't recommend because of the treads. Yeah, and that's one of those things. Like even the bulldozer that's the one with the wheels and everything. Like I said, there is value in using the manual mode to dig into the ground, but it's mostly when you got like that one spot where there's like a little bump, and you're like, all right, let me just knock that bump down real low, and then, you know, put sand over it to level it. Like that definitely is worth considering. But outside that, like if you're just trying to be like, I want to make this whole area just level, the manual mode is just going to absolutely demolish your terrain. Like, they give us a lot of ability to terrain manipulate. It's just manipulating to cut away on existing terrain is really kind of a hot mess. Like, it works. It does its job. But trying to make anything of elegance that way is pretty not great. Whereas being additive with the sand works pretty smoothly. Okay. And we can do one more pass going the other way. Ought to try and level it out a little bit better. Don't worry about that. Plus, I want to shove this rock out of here. Put it over here in the brush. It'd be... So for, like, the digging tunnels, the way I think this is actually working under the hood is it's taking whatever the base terrain is and kind of being like, here's the default starting point, and then you have moved the terrain plus or minus a certain height, and or, you know, changed the surface material. And so when you have that type of mechanic, there isn't a way to make it work where you have an underneath it. I think that's why we can't build or put sand under bridges. I think the bridges work in that same mechanical sense of you have added bridge and it's that high above the ground there. And so the moment you start adding weirdness between a bunch of the stuff, I mean, no, that doesn't make sense because you are able to put sand under a bridge. Don't know. Because I do know that's a common strategy for a lot of stuff that does let you dig, that have like a beginning map. Is they'll be like, here's the base map, plus or minus. Because if you don't do it that way, then you have to do like the whole grid of materials from the top to the bottom, like have all sorts of ways to handling that can honestly get pretty messy. Or I shouldn't say messy. They can get very, very computationally heavy with the sheer number of stuff going on. Like, you look at a game like Terraria, for example, just since we've been talking about that earlier, that's honestly where, like, the vast majority of the computational power that goes into you running Terraria goes into, is just unloading and reloading the various parts of the map, and then doing all the updates around the map for stuff like grass growing and, you know, the mushrooms growing and different update states and all that happening. And a lot of it kind of cheats where if it's off your screen, it's out of mind. But some of it doesn't. Like, some of it updates once you get close enough to that chunk that it loads in the chunk. It kind of runs a process and says, okay, it's time for me to update. Based on the amount of time that's passed, what should happen? But it's got lots of edge cases. But then there's also stuff, like I want to say, like the Plantera flowers. It goes, I'm supposed to grow a Plantera flower. And it chooses the spot on the map and it shoves a Plantera flower there. The thing is top-down physics engine. Everything is pulled down so it can't quite handle blank space under the physics-affected terrain. Yeah. I would, like, it's something like that, where it's not that you just have limitless terrain to work with. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our heavy vehicle transport, which I still need to actually get the better one. Honestly, that's not a bad spot for you to sit. And we can go here and grab the road equipment. So we've got the better steamroller. I mean, do it. I have 9,000 bucks because it just went on a spending spree. So I bought a bunch of equipment and ran myself out of money. Which I'm not super worried about. At the rate we've been making money, I do expect to just be able to get every vehicle in the game and not have to worry about it at all. It's just, you get vehicles you can use faster than you can afford to use, or like purchase them. Yeah, exactly. I invested heavily in being able to throw things farther and faster. It was an important investment for the future of the company. Yeah, no, it'd be really good to get the upgrade version of this, because I'm sure having a bit more horsepower and all that would go a long ways for dealing with, you know, when we get high centered and everything. Just getting any more power / traction on the drive wheels will help us pull it back off of being high centered. But it doesn't happen super often, but every once in a while I'm gonna go over a hill and it just beaches on the hill and you just kinda go, well, that sucks. Okay. And we'll get the path to the concrete plant going. It is interesting because of the systems they have in this game that it is every one of these maps, you know, you've got your concrete plant, your steel bar plant, your steel tubes plant, like that kind of thing. Your construction center, which nothing wrong with any of that being kind of repetitious or whatever. But it does make the game kind of weird compared to games like SnowRunner, where you've got just such a diverse number of buildings you're interacting with, versus these ones you have a lot of those buildings repeating map to map. Which it's fine, it's just, you know, different games. But it's like, oh, it's time to build a path to the, you know, the concrete building. Yet again, same problem, different map. Not even that it's like in a bad repetitious way. Like, very genuinely each map, what you're tackling to do that changes quite a bit. Like, some of them we've had to build bridges and all that. Some of them we've had to build, like, elaborate roads. Some of them we had to get pretty just really kind of messy paths to get sorted out. You've had to run power and all that. Hey, the follow. Hope to see him. Yeah, but this map is sandy, and the other one is flooded. True, but there are a lot of mechanical difference between those. Because sandy, for the most part, they can't make it so it gets so deep that you just get flooded out in your engine. That said, I was actually planning to do this map last of the other three, just because the sand kind of was like, I don't expect there to be as much interesting things they can do with that compared to water. But we'll see. Mostly I couldn't remember what exactly the issue was with the other one where it was flooded. But it's also those ones that we look at the maps for the most part. Most of the maps have been around floods, which, to be fair, most natural disasters cause flooding. Or can cause flooding. Is this the last map? No, so I have one more map in this tier, and then one more tier higher than this one. And then I believe on top of that, I think there's 2 DLC maps? Okay, so now we need to set up the routes. Let's go to our objectives. We have the supply delivery to do. Alright, so what we'll do real fast is we'll grab this. That's not encouraging that it's like, for the route, the vehicles are going to suck. And the route's going to be rough. Okay. It already has some DLC? I believe it did. As well as things that if you got, like, I believe you got the pre-order version, it just came with it. Or actually, I take that back. I don't think the DLC is out yet. If I remember correctly. They did have a couple of DLC vehicles that, again, if you pre-ordered it, you got them, if I remember. But that's kind of like your classic regular version versus premium version versus whatever version. I'm not saying I'm a huge fan of that kind of setup. Gotcha, yeah. So DLC's not out yet. Yeah, there are 2 DLC coming, or sorry, there's 2 DLC maps coming, but they're not out yet. And then yeah, there's like pre-order vehicle kind of stuff. But to be fair, that was kind of like with SnowRunner, they added the vehicle DLC, and for the most part, I only ended up getting those if they were included in other things I got. Most of the time I don't end up buying like DLC vehicles for that kind of stuff, because like in a lot of these kind of games there's a bunch of the thing about the challenge. A lot of those DLC vehicles usually end up being very powerful to kind of justify themselves, you know, for the spend. Because otherwise, you know, if you buy a vehicle that's just weaker than what you've got, you're just not going to use it, and you're going to be angry about spending your money. But that does mean if the game's balanced around that vehicle not existing, then, you know, it just kind of takes away from the challenge of the game. Yeah, so it's a pre-order exclusive, but like they allow you to also, you can also buy it if you'd like. I'm not too worried about it. What, no line making on the roads? Yeah, I've had a few people making that joke. But even the existing roads don't have line making. I mean, honestly, the state of these roads, eh. Except the dump truck, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Some of them do, some of the roads, yeah, but not the ones we're on. This is, again, we're more in disaster recovery mode. We're not trying to necessarily get like the permanently improved infrastructure in place. We're trying to put out the active fire situation of the place. Okay, so I think we cut down over here and then go to the right. Yeah, so we're not like the city civil engineer rolling in, like doing your regular road maintenance and all that. We're just, this place is in a disaster, we need power now. Shove the wire in the ground and figure it out later. Okay, so concrete slab factory is online. So delivering more stuff to an archaeological quarry. It's interesting that apparently all the disaster places we've gone later in the game, all of them have archaeological sites on them. You would think some random place like, what goes on here? Oh, we're drilling for oil. Oh, okay, well there's clearly we gotta have an archaeological site with all sorts of stuff there. And maybe that makes sense. Maybe you do find oil where you find fossils. I don't know. But then you also have like, this area's been hit with a flood. Oh, well, there's an archaeological site here, and you're kind of going, really? Alright, so we did that one. Okay, so now we need to go over there. So go here. Grab our scout. Retain, yes, deploy. No, it's Kathy's cousin's sister's boyfriend. It's cousin who's twice removed. Let's see, I take it the white fog can be dispelled. The white fog. Oh, like the white fog. Oh, on the map? Yeah. So what ends up happening is as I explore the map, it'll reveal more and more of it. There is like a limit to the map size, and when you hit the borders, you can't go farther. But yeah, it's just like a fog of war. They're like once you revealed it, it's just revealed from then on. This is really serene music on this map. Like, this is the kind of music I expect to hear at an aquarium. Really need some proper, like, blue lighting. Intermittently adding, like, whale noises or something for no apparent reason, as the aquarium doesn't have whales. For very pragmatic reasons. Well, that was, there's been a couple of games that they've had, you know, you've been able to give yourself traits, and, like, one of them's, like, forgetful or bad memory or whatever, where normally you reveal stuff with Fog of War and it stays revealed, but if you have that trait, like, it only stays revealed for a certain amount of time and then, you know, gradually goes back to being Fog of War. Gotcha. There used to be a festival in Baltimore City called Light City, and it was like art exhibits and such as streets, and all the music on every exhibit was sort of like aquarium dramatic music. Yeah. I made the comment when we were playing 2 Point Museum. I really enjoy, like, the ambiance at, like, aquariums they go for, where it's just, you know, vaguely blue lighting, really kind of serene music. Like, I wouldn't want it all the time, but there's just something about when, you know, you're going to someplace like a museum that's usually not a high energy situation, that you're just kind of like chilling in the serene.
Okay, you're doing all right so far. So I have a new task for you. And in other breaking news, water is wet. There's a scout vehicle loaded with supplies at the repair shop, and it's eagerly awaited at the steel mill. We'd have our hands tied without the mill functioning. So kindly find a way to get that truck over the river, if you please. I think you'll have zero problems, considering your past performance. This other job, though, gosh, I think it's just too easy for you. I mean, there's no imminent threat or dangerous adventure to be had. Just a little town that needs help restoring its supply routes. But if I know you, you won't refuse a community in need. So thank you in advance.
And that's when you're like, well, I wasn't going to refuse it, Kelly, but now that you made it feel like a proper obligation, I have to, on principle. Okay. Find a way to get across the river. And the river... Where am I taking it? I'm taking it over there. Yeah, no, that's, we have the... That's not the one I want. We have the objective for Dare Drop, which I do want to get those done today. I don't think this will be the vehicle that we do the jump with. But we do have the objective that I need to jump a scout over a, you know, a gap of water. So river, creek, canal. Now the catch is, it's gonna have to be pretty limited on how far that water goes.
Just marvel at that river. Doesn't it look wonderful? At least it does from the satellite. If only we could trade places for a few minutes. I'd jump right in. You could ford the river if you don't mind getting a bit of water inside your vehicle. Of course, the shipping caravans would need a bridge, be it concrete or wooden. You're not starved for options.
Alright. So the reality here is, we got a couple things we can do. We are going to want to build a bridge. Because we're not jumping that river. That is the thing that's going here. We're not jumping that river. Because it is an issue with the jumping the body of water that the larger the body of water and the farther I have to jump, the higher my ramp needs to be, but because I have to make it out of sand, the farther back the peak of that ramp ends up being, because otherwise the sand just dumps into said body of water, thereby not making it a body of water anymore. Okay. The way the bridges work is you have to connect it from 2 different points, and I can't connect it in the sky. Now, I could do something where I kind of cattywampus it, where I have it like at a weird angle. Well, no, because I can't put sand on a bridge. That's right. So I can't put sand on a bridge in the first place, so I couldn't make a sand ramp on a bridge. Yeah, so get this into position. I am going to go ahead and build that bridge. Shouldn't be too bad. We've got a bunch of trees here. I'm assuming we can log these trees. I've actually not tried, because that could be an issue. But, you know, go chop down the trees and build the bridge with that. Okay. We're gonna have more debris to clear out of here. That's looking more like it goes up where I want to go. That looks like it stays below. Yeah, this whole area is gonna suck to try and take a convoy through. There's a lot of loose sand here. See, what's with this stuff flashing blue?
Just me? Or is there a way through that crumbled wall? I don't think anybody would mind if we used it as a little shortcut, would they? Then again, even if the ingrates would, we'll be long gone by the time they notice.
Okay. Yeah, the stuff blinking blue, that means I can salvage that for metal. So if you look at the materials above me, they're color-coded. So, like, the wood is green, both the steel beams and steel pipe are like a dark blue, and then the concrete's kind of a blue-gray. So all that stuff, if I drag it back to the appropriate building, I can make those other things with it. Alright, so we got that all sorted out. Supply the steel mill with the required machinery. Provide repair stuff there. Bring this town the... Basically, we need to mutual support, pillar survival, especially in the unforgiving desert. Tiffle Town is in need, and we should respond. The mission is to visit them, patch the roads, and establish a reliable supply route. Yeah, so it's sounding more and more like we're going to be doing here is getting a lot of the stuff sorted. Rather than jump right on that, let's go ahead. I'm going to go put a marker here. Just marking that that's where we're going to be building our bridge. Let's go grab our logging machines and deploy you. So let's go get that bridge built. Alright, come on. I know you can pick up some speed. Because it's only 7 logs to get the bridge done. The big question is, which of these trees can I actually make into logs? That's the thing I'm not too sure about. Is it less or more forgiving, the fuel and such, than SnowRunner? If you look on the screen, you will not see a fuel gauge or a damage gauge. So, it is more forgiving in the fact that there simply is not fuel nor damage in this game. One of the biggest things you need to deal... Oh, minus the... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. The game is generally more forgiving. Because SnowRunner, the intent is you start out with vehicles, and one of the ways they block you on stuff is that you need to get better tires, and you need to get vehicles that specialize in being able to off-road at all, and that kind of stuff. This game, most of the vehicles you're acquiring are for different processes. So being able to, like, do the logging, do the dumping of the sand, do the bulldozing, doing the laying of the concrete, hauling different size goods, that kind of thing. You know, being able to have cranes that can reach harder to reach places, you get the idea. So it's just a different progression. Versus SnowRunner, even though you do have, like, the off-road truck, the heavy truck, the highway truck, all those kind of different ones, ultimately they're all doing the same task. They're just better at different parts of said task. Like the off-road ones being able to go in the muck, the heavy ones being able to deal with larger loads, and then, you know, the highway ones are useless and you should throw them in the trash. Not really. They get better gas mileage on, like, good terrain and everything, but generally I found almost anywhere I would potentially justify a highway vehicle, I usually found I'd rather just use a different vehicle, that the benefit of fuel efficiency I would get, I tend to kind of be able to overcome by just using a vehicle that can handle any of the imperfect terrain a little bit better. That said, there's certainly an argument for, like, having the highway vehicle with your big tank of gas as, like, your base of ops or whatever. But for me personally, I found I'd rather just have, like, a heavy vehicle with that, you know, give up a little bit of gas going here and there to reliably do so. I'm really dubious of what I'm going to be able to use for trees, because palm trees that, like, we got here, that's not the kind of wood you build a bridge out of. Palm trees have a very fibrous wood. It's very porous. It's got its uses, but it's not great for construction of, like, walls and that kind of stuff. You'd have to grind it down to being some, like, almost like a particle board kind of thing. Yeah, we can do the really big palm trees. What I'm trying to do is, just so I can find these again, I'm going to try to drag them back out to the road here. So I'm going to get the logging forward, or it's not a big deal. I also find it amusing, no matter what tree you do, you only get one log. There's no, like, I'm using this really giant tree, I should be able to get a second log out of it kind of deal. Okay. So we need 7 of these. The big issue is how few of those are actually solvable. Like, that tall one there is probably good. There's 2 logs. Yeah, so a lot of these, it's going to be just bullying through the trees a bit. With it all being loose sand, it's a bit of pain as well. That's still not that bad. Okay. Because, yeah, honestly, driving the truck or the logging porter in here, and then on top of that, trying to pick up all the stuff and find it all laying in the ground in the brush, it's just easier this way, I think. Hey, Azriel, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Azriel, by the way? Another excellent content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games like Farming Simulator and all that. Been playing RoadCraft as well. So if you've been enjoying RoadCraft and you'd like someone else you can also tune into to see RoadCraft, he usually does stream past, like, start stream usually while I'm streaming, but does stream past when I'm usually done. You can definitely find more RoadCraft over there. Which I'm looking forward to. I think I mentioned it earlier on stream. That let's see, sorry to spoil earlier. I don't know what we're talking about there, but that's okay. But, oh, you must be talking to Azriel. But yeah, so, one of the things we got coming up is there's a dare drop coming up for Farming Simulator 25 for their new pack, the, was it Plains and Prairies pack? Which is going to be introducing, like, a lot of classic farming equipment, as well as some, like, newer tech and all that. But we are going to have a sponsored stream for that, and it'll also be dare drops, so we'll, you know, get keys to give out and all that good stuff. That is, I believe, June 4th we're doing that, if memory serves me correctly. So for those who enjoy Farm Sim, that is coming up. We will be able to get more keys to give out for the game and all that, which should be fun. As far as what we're doing, like whether we're picking up on our challenge run or doing a new run or any of that, that really depends on, like, what ends up happening with the dare drops. Because sometimes I'll have dare drops you can only do on certain maps. Sometimes I'll have dare drops you have to start a fresh save to do it. Sometimes they don't. We don't really know what we're going to have in that regard yet. And that's going to kind of determine that whole bit. Releases June 2nd. Still annoyed that they released it after TwitchCon. Gonna miss early access because of that. Gotcha. Yeah. To be fair, with all their, like, handling schedules and stuff, I'd rather something like that be the thing that drops during TwitchCon than, like, if it was the actual expansion one. Like, a pack, I'm not too sweating about missing a pack. Like, I'm gonna be here for it or whatever, but that's one that doesn't worry me as much as, like, if it was the expansion one. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to go to TwitchCon EU, so at least I get some. Sure, you're not mad, but it's gonna suck at, they suck at scheduling stuff. Well, I think the reality is, you know, when's a good time? Because imagine they took it out like a week or two earlier, and now they're directly competing with RoadCraft for the simulation genre, and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's one of those really tricky things about there's not really a good time sometimes. Don't know. Still can kind of suck. So this is log number 5, so we'll need 2 more after this one. Like, that's been my whole issue right now, is just too much stuff is coming out that I can't check it all out. Plus, I'd like to actually be able to check stuff out and properly check it out versus the... Like, we played Tinkerlands earlier today, and that was a lot of fun, but I kind of made the comment of I'm not going to invest the time to properly get into it until it's not early access, or if it's still early access, it's in, like, the tail end where it's just kind of, you know, so close to done, it's just time for, like, a little spit polish and all that. Yeah, from what I have seen with the precision farming is that some contracts are having issues, and that there were the kind of all-in-one things where you, like, it seeds, it cultivates, it weeds, all that. Some of those are broken, and I never really, at least I don't think I did. I never really got, like, the conclusive were they working or not working kind of thing beforehand. Like, and there are definitely problems now. I just hadn't messed with them much beforehand. But yeah, regardless of, there's definitely more problems. Like, they did have a lot of good stuff that got improved, but yeah. There's some bugs. Yeah, precision farming, it seems like if you're doing contracts, it's got headaches in it. But if you're not doing precision farming, it seems to be relatively fine, with the exception of, like I said, there's like the 1 or 2 of the things that do 3 of the process in one go that just don't work. Which is a problem that does need to be fixed. It's just interesting because I tended to not use those machines, not for a particular reason. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so just need 1 more. Yeah, keep in mind when you're checking right now, you're checking right now when there's been a lot of major releases. Like, in the simulation genre area with, like, RoadCraft, which has been a very, very hyped release. So I think right now it having a steep drop-off should be expected. We'll see. I imagine it's not going to come back in a particularly large way until we have the expansion, like with new crops. There's also, if I'm not mistaken, there's been a decrease in people streaming just in general as well over the past couple of months. it's kind of the classic. There's the typical, you know, deal. Sorry, there's a typical like deal like at the beginning of the year where there's like the really hard drop off in viewership on the platform typically, and then usually during that time or shortly after, we end up having a lot of content creators drop off platforms or start making major changes to their channel as, you know, those numbers get real scary. That's been a reoccurring thing of viewership on Twitch at large has been down, and the number of people streaming has been down as well. Alright, so let's go grab our forwarder. The Ford is a big deal, but then the Ford tractors we have are not the ones people really want. I honestly wouldn't know. Like, cause for me, I enjoy Farm Sim for just simulating farming. I don't know much about the various tractors or anything like that in real life. I don't really have any brand loyalties. Like me, it's more about just doing some farming versus like wanting to drive any specific tractor. Like that's the thing. You'll have people be like, "Oh man, I cannot wait till they add the John Deere insert name and model." I'll be like, "I have no idea what that is." Let's see, watching RPM recover from Jan slump has been fun this year. RPM. Sorry, you're gonna have to de-acronym it just because I'm missing which one we're talking about with RPM. Revenue per mile, 1K views. Oh, interesting. Yeah. It's revenue per 1K mile. So that's an interesting thing because, for the most part, like, I know a lot of people are struggling with, like, hits to revenue pretty bad. Just because, like, advertising stuff. For the most part, it hasn't been too bad. Hey, Wooden Gaming, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Playing some RoadCraft, so if you're looking for more RoadCraft, I hope that's going well for you. Hope the roads are treating you well today. Yeah, we did make one road, got it one and done, which is always a good thing. Right now, we're building a bridge. So getting that all sorted out. Yeah, so if you're looking for more RoadCraft, you can find it over with Wooden Gaming. And all good stuff. But yeah, like I know a lot of people had really, really hard hits to their revenue on the platform. Just with a lot of advertising kind of stuff. Which that is one thing that is, for like one thing, it is normal for there to be a pretty steep dip in the amount you get paid for ads and all that in general at the beginning of each year. It's just, you know, the holiday season is when the money is made from advertising more than anything else because everyone's trying to get all of those Christmas gift sales and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in January, almost, you know, almost everyone in January is kind of in, like, watching your wallet kind of mode. So advertisers tend to be very sparse. There's not nothing that advertises during January, but by and large, it's a far smaller subset. But for me personally, my channel has been very counter to what anyone would normally expect for a lot of the numbers kind of nonsense going on. I was very fortunate that with Build 42 dropping and having the reputation I do in Project Zomboid, where normally channels go through that really bad slump at the beginning of the year as everyone starts getting back to work and all that. That basically just didn't happen on the channel. Like, I just kind of skipped that entire slump this year, which I am not complaining about. Instead what kind of happened is I got, like, a very, very delayed slump that, you know, once Build 42 started, like, dropping off a bit on its viewership and everything, where it wasn't the new piece of candy kind of thing, that it kind of got, like, the delayed, not as severe slump. So with all that, like my revenue mostly didn't get hit like it got in the years past. Like years past, January and February were just really rough months. Which is normal. It's nothing wrong with anything with viewer-wise. It's just, you know, people are starting new jobs, starting new semesters in school, having to catch up on all the work that got left to pile up on their desk during the holiday season. You get the idea. Everyone's got so much going on, and their wallets are kind of hurting from the holiday spend. So it's like literally within a lot of creator circles, there's almost a whole thing. It's like, all right, here comes the rough season. Everyone brace. Be ready. And then kind of reminding people, it's like, hey, if your numbers are down right now, it's like it's not a you thing. It's a this is the when the numbers are down thing. Did anyone make lightsaber noise with their crane? I have not done that. I can see that being a thing. Ezra said, January is a weird month for you because it's your birthday month. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, and like, it also depends, because like I said, there's definitely variation. So like, the general age of your audience can impact, like, what times a year you get impacted more. Sometimes even just like what industries, like, because you'll have certain games that tend to attract people in certain professions. So, you know, like games like Farming Simulator and all that, you do actually have a disproportionately high number of people who work in agriculture who play those games. Just the same, like games like Factorio do have a disproportionately high number of people who work in stuff like software development work in those games. And sometimes having that kind of slanted audience where just so much of your audience fits this like one specific bubble can have weird implications as well. Where, like, they just don't have the same, you know, this is the busy season, this is the lax season kind of thing. Because there are some industries that, like, you know, beginning of the year is, like, the hot season. Like, if you're in, like, tax processing and all that, like, the beginning of the year to, like, April in the US is just like that is when the money is made, versus if you're working in stuff like retail. Typically, most retail, some exceptions, most retail, it's like your big money time is the end of the year, unless you're talking like outdoorsy kind of stuff. Then quite often, like spring to summer is your big sale season. So, like, if you were a in-real-life channel that primarily does camping and all that kind of stuff, I could see that being, like, weirdly that the winter is kind of your downtime, because most people aren't going out camping in the snow. There we go. I was gonna try to catch some sleep that got away from me yesterday. Enjoyed RoadCrafting? I'll do this. I hope you get that sleep, Nick. And I understand, like, a lot of people are talking about, like, the whole sleep deprivation. As someone who also deals with insomnia quite a bit, thank you, ADHD. Yeah. Yep. There are just some nights the sleep just does not happen on a meaningful level. All right, and we got ourselves a brand new wooden bridge. The weather not knowing what to do is causing all sorts of problems. Yeah, for us here, it's just been obnoxiously hot. Like, we're finally getting a couple days that are more full of storms and all that, which, while that certainly can be annoying in its own right, between miserably hot and, oh, we're getting a lot of rain, I'll take the rain every day of the week. Alright, so now we need to reach the location. Meet forever. Yep. Like, low-key, I actually wanted to make where beep shows up on the screen a lot more of like a random variable kind of thing. A lot of the ideas I came up with, though, wouldn't be particularly great for it. And I didn't want to make it like one and done. If I ever do like a one and done per stream kind of redeem like that, or not redeem or whatever, but like event like that, it'll probably be something that, you know, it'll be like a noise command or something like that, something that I don't want playing a lot during the stream. In the UK, it's been sunny and 20 degrees 1 minute, then raining back down to 12 the next. And next the air has been so heavy. Yeah, for us it's just, in Central Florida, it's just been like miserably hot. Which is what Central Florida does like 90% of the year. Like, it being stormy and rainy has its pros and cons. It being not stormy and rainy, but really hot has its pros and cons. The only one that's like really, really bad is when you have like an early afternoon kind of shower where it dumps just a bunch of rain for like just 20, 30 minutes. So it's not really enough to meaningfully knock down the temperature. And then so all of that water just immediately starts evaporating and just brings the humidity, you know, even for Florida, really high. We just walk outside and...
Looking at you driving up to that town really gets me thinking. You won't be staying there long at all, but something you build will remain, even if it's just the roads. That's a nice thing to leave behind, knowing it was yours.
That's kind of poetic, Kelly. That's one of the least unhinged things you've said. But yeah. So just like one of those things that you can just go outside and you have that like torrential downpour for like 15-20 minutes, and then, you know, the heat just blasts, and it's just, you feel like you're just walking into the world's worst sauna because you're going in there fully clothed and all that kind of stuff. Oh, that is a long road, actually. Okay, I mean, I'm down. That is a not insignificant road you want me to build. Alright, well, let's... Big question. Alright, so we need to go farther in. There is a sand area I'm going to be able to unlock, but we haven't unlocked it yet, because if I don't have that sand thing, I am not driving all the way back and forth. The civilians living here, they can kindly die in burying in sand versus me lugging it all. Let's see, Kelly has to be some sort of translation issue? I don't think so. I have no, because like they've had plenty of games with language stuff in it. You know, more sand to help here? The answer is always more sand. Like, it doesn't matter what the problem is. The answer is more sand. Too much sand? More sand can fix it. This is some pretty awful loose sand up here. Sandstorm covered your roads with sand? Build more sand on it. Exactly. The problem is the sandstorm's not using the right sand. It is using sky sand, but it's not using sky sand. Like, you don't realize there's actually a trademark after sky sand. Not just any sky sand will do. You need sky sand brand sky sand. Not that cheapo store brand sky sand. Okay. Ooh, ow! 10 fuel resource to turn that on. I'm still doing it, but ow! Feel that right in my fuel-related wallet? Question mark? What? Alright. Yo, dog, I heard you like sand. So I piled some sand in your sand? Yep. Alright, so where am I supposed to be turning left to get to the bridge? Okay. Yeah, so not the first left, but the second left should do. That's not the one. This is the one. The mildly paved one. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out, all that good stuff. Yep, so we need to roll on down here and deal with this. I'm getting a little bit worried that later on we're going to get trade routes on some of these roads. And I am not looking forward to dealing with that. Because while I could certainly put sand on it to try and make it a ramp, it is also some really odd angles that I 100% expect to have issues with. Okay, was it north is the bridge? No, it's back this way. Honestly, this is a map that would benefit from a second bridge. Like, you know, kind of across here. Like, take that over and bridge over. I don't know you'd actually want to do that. I don't know what we have to go. Pave now, worry later. The only reason I don't do that is I've already been bitten once where there's one spot in the map I'm like, this place sucks, I'm gonna go pave it. And then I paved it, and it wasn't but like one mission later, it's like, okay, pave that spot you paved. But because I paved it just ever so slightly too short, I had to like kind of redo the entire end of it, which made it way less nicely paved. Honestly, as bad as the paving is, the sheer number of rocks on these roads. Yeah, we might need to get a bucket scoop to make our life easier. Well, that's one of the ones that... Okay, yeah, so if we take the road left, one of the ones that I've debated doing is I got the tracked carrier that's got like the claw arm, and I was like, okay, what is this machine probably good for? And the one I kept coming up with is this is probably like the machine you get rid of the rocks properly from. So you take the time with the little claw arm, you pick up all the rocks, and you can just drive them someplace completely else. As opposed to normally what you'd probably do is you just get a bulldozer and just shove the rocks just off to wherever. I am expecting to need to make that have a whole situation. It's such a long run. Honestly, for this one, I probably could have used the bigger dump truck. It's fine. Okay. Yep, we're just gonna keep on dumping sand until we get a nice, steady little platform to go across here. Okay. Is it nice that the earth elements assist in the creation of roads by gifting you sand? Yup. What we don't realize is our main character here is a sand bender. It's a very niche subgroup of earthbender that they can only bend sand. And mostly in just making it fly and fall into places. Takes his gift of sand back and makes him mine it himself. One day they might be able to do it. We believe in them. Can they bend metal, or is that their story arc? Yeah, another story arc is they are a specialized earthbender that can only bend sand. So while it is very limiting on one end, it is also makes them the best at that one thing of making sand appear anywhere. So it just means anytime they go to a party and they want to try and like get attention, they're like, "Hey man, do you need any sand?" And everyone kind of rolls their eyes because it's kind of like the one-trick pony kind of situation. Like the one buddy who has that one joke that people laugh at sometimes, and so anywhere they go that they're meeting new people, they always tell the same joke. But if you're that person who's kind of like the tag along with that person that you always hang out with them, you kind of hate going out places with them because you know you're going to hear that same joke again and again as they meet new people. Court spender. Someone laughed at one, so it's like the 1,000th time they said it. Yeah, that's whenever like the topic comes out. Like, we have the bot on the channel, then it doesn't like time out people or whatever for like talking about, you know, making a cannibalism joke or whatever. What it does, it replaces the message and replaces any reference to cannibalism with tacos. And it was kind of one of those things, is that joke was getting to kind of that point with me. And so usually the way I bring it up is I actually I'd say I had, because I haven't talked to him in years, unrelated to this mostly. But, you know, back in the early 2000s, you know, people would tell you the occasional your mom joke. Like that was a thing. That was a popular joke at the time. And I had a buddy who I was going to high school with who genuinely had dropped like a really well-timed your mom joke, got a proper laugh out of a whole bunch of people, and then for like the next 20 years of his life decided to just make his entire personality around that. So even almost into like your 30s and all that kind of stuff, you would hang out with this person and you'd be like, hey, you know, yeah, if you just hold the sour cream on that, and like hold it like your mom, oh, and you're like, this is why I don't hang out with you anymore. Like, come on, man. That joke stopped landing like literally like 10 years ago. There was a time and a place for that joke. There was a time and a place for that joke. And it has long since passed. And don't get me wrong, you can probably spin back and go grab, like, you know, if you're very rarely using it, you could probably pop back in and drop in a your mom joke. And it lands today. If you use it extremely sparing, that it just really catches people off guard. But when it's like literally sitting here with this person and you're hanging out for only an hour or two and you hear at least 8 or 9 your mom jokes, you're just like, look, man, I just don't want to hang out with you anymore. Like, there's a point where hanging out with you is an actively bad experience. Because I know every sentence I say, even if it doesn't make sense, you're gonna drop your mom. And it's not adorable. It's not, it's funny ironically. It's like, no, it's tiresome. I'm tired. I want to go home and find some real humor. Hopefully he's not that way anymore, but I don't know. I gave up on it. Like, it was bad enough. You'd be like, hey, you know, a whole bunch of us from like the old gang are getting back together. We're just gonna go hit up this place, grab dinner, you know, our one buddy's getting married. And you'd have is like, is Mike gonna be there? And you just kind of pause and you're like, I don't think so. They're like, oh, okay. Like, it was that bad. He's also someone who had 0 volume control. So he ended up not getting invited to things from time to time because they're like, hey, you know, we're gonna hang out tonight, but like, you know, this is an apartment, it's late in the evening, we're gonna have to keep the volume down a little bit. And you're like, alright, well, you know, we warned you last couple times that you gotta tone it down, man. And it really became a problem. So like, sorry. I'm not trying to like actively avoid you, but the issue is you've got an issue that we can't have, you know, the cop showing up to like enforce a noise complaint or something like that. Like, well, that's the thing. Honestly, like that kind of thing. Again, if you have like the very rare you catch people by surprise, like your mom joke, they can still work. But if someone expects them from you, it's really not great. Well, this is a problem. So I've got Rex trapped into the back of the tractor. Or the under. Oh, never mind, we're free. No, wait, maybe. I just need to turn. Yes, I've got some rocks stuck underneath here. And I've got a rock over here. So its problem is I can't really turn. I should not have done that. I'm going to regret that later. Yeah, like the moment I'm not actively trying to hold it back, it slams to the right. I have, like, no anything to go with. We've just absolutely beached it on these rocks. Alright, do I have any other vehicles anywhere nearby? What I could probably do is if we grab our handful of vehicles here and load them up, I could probably use the big truck we've got and just nudge it. Because the issue is it's sitting on like 3 separate large rocks. And if I can get any one of those rocks out from underneath it, that should be enough to sort it out. It's like a real life Stifler. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing. They're just like, come on, man. Like, and the worst thing is the guy is not a bad guy. It's just that one thing you're like, please, you have to stop. Like, your friends are pleading, we're not laughing, we're not smiling anymore. You have to stop. This is not the hill to die on. It's a really, really, really cringy hill. Like I said, I haven't talked to him in a long time, so hopefully that's not still the way it is. Alright, so what we're going to need to do to make this not miserable, you're going to take your parking brake up and get back onto the road. So hopefully I can just drive this right there. Yeah, and there's definitely, like, it's not even again about the type of joke, it's the frequency. I don't think it matters what kind of joke you're doing. If you repeat the same, you know, joke again and again and again, there's eventually a point where people just get tired of it. Needless to say, this route's about to fail because I do have the truck pulled directly in the center of the route. And I very much doubt this asphalt roller is going to get loaded up on there and us out of the way before that truck arrives, considering they have about the same distance. And it's not exactly like the asphalt roller is going to be winning any awards for speed. The really rough part is they're probably going to slam into the back of that. Are you going to actually just, like, weasel? Oh, never mind. For a moment, I thought it was actually just going to, like, go around the outside. I'm like, that... No, that's not how this is going to work. That's fine. We'll get out of the way, we'll restart it, because that route was totally fine. Alright, so now we need to turn around. Because what we're going to do with this is I'm going to use this to shove the bulldozer. Because I really just need to move it any amount. And that should be enough, like forward, backward, sideways. That should be enough to get off at least one rock. And once I'm off at least one rock, I should be able to deal with it using the treads. But the issue is with the 3 separate rocks beached, and then the rock in the back where I can't turn because it slides against the rock. And then the rock in the front preventing me from going forward. I just need to get any of those variables adjusted. Alright. You'll probably struggle a little bit up here with the loose sand. I'm not super worried. Alright, so you're out of the way right now. So let's go to infrastructure, path, let's resend it, have a good time. It really committed, might have ramped out the trailer. Sadly, the vehicles in this game don't really get moving very fast, nor do they particularly catch much air. That's actually one of the reasons why when it comes to the jumping a body of water, like I'm looking for like the most insignificant body of water, because it's gonna be hard to get a meaningful amount of air. What I'm probably going to have to do is, instead of having a ramp up, I'm probably going to have to effectively build a sand bridge as close as I can to the water's edge, where they can just drive at, you know, whatever speed I can manage to get them to, without really worrying about, like, quote-unquote jumping it. Okay, you're not centered high, you're just stuck on rocks. I think we're centered high. No, it's not beached. Just guess don't have enough horsepower, maybe? Just drag that much weight over the top. Trying to adjust the balance of the load in the back to see if we can't wiggle it any. Alright, so this hill sucks, is what I'm learning. Alright, let's see if we can't do anything with this. Suddenly you're loose. We just drove away and you're just loose. I don't know how that happened. I'm not complaining about it. I just don't understand. So let's get to the back here and just give it a little shovey shove. The thing is, one of those things that we just get this trailer pushed just a little bit off. But that'll sort that out. There we go. Need to not... Don't you dare tip off. It's fine. I'll deal with that in a minute. Man, the rocks in this road suck. Okay. It's probably honestly the most difficult time I've had with this random loose rocks on any of the roads. Okay. Oh, so we've got you set up, get you, ramp that back up. All right, so I need to go to the left to get the road, or the bridge. And we have the trailer once again stuck upon rocks. No, that's fine. You also got to consider, we're not in the U.S., so Department of Transportation can't do anything. We're also not in Europe, so the Department of Transportation can't do anything. Doesn't matter which one. We're not in one of the countries that has a Department of Transportation, as far as I'm aware. I still remember where this map takes place. Get back up. Which map is this? This is the, I forget the name of the map is. It is the one that's got hit by a sandstorm. It's all good in natural disaster? Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a lot of skirting of certain rules in disaster situations, and a lot of those laws will even have exemptions for, like, unless it's not safe or, you know, under these, you know, conditions. Not that unsecured load would probably be one that they'd back off. But, you know, there's definitely a lot of exemptions given for, like, disaster situations and all that. It's one of the reasons that even laws that should be simple on paper, the moment you start getting into, like, getting into the actual written law, they end up having, like, so many asterisks behind it kind of thing. And a lot of that does just kind of boil down to there's circumstances outside the norm that you have to just accommodate for. So I need to get this pulled up a bit farther so I can get the bulldozer past it. And unfortunately, it would seem, for the most part, a lot of these little rocks, we just go right over. But they're just too low to the ground. Then unless I have the bulldozer dig into the ground, it's just not going to happen. But then if I have the bulldozer dig into the ground, that's a new reason I can't really drive on here. All right. Just trying to get as many of these rocks off of the road as much as possible. There's a real good chance eventually I'm going to have to take a caravan or convoy down here. And when I do, all of these rocks are just going to be a nuisance. Okay. Forget the sandstorm. The rock slides are the actual disaster here. Like, the sand's been not that big of an issue, but these rocks have been awful. Okay. Well, the good news is they've got most of them out of here. All right. There's just so many rocks everywhere. And I also know we have more rocks along the road we're paving. There's got to be a better way to deal with the rocks. Yeah, shoving them out of the way works fine, but it's just so easy to just drive over them if they're too low. Okay. Alright, that should do it for this part. Now, I believe we can actually flatten this out a little bit. I've noticed, like, the tire treads and all that, sometimes it seems to work. It's not doing anything. Alright, let's put back... Oh. Even more rocks to get stuck on. Okay. See how they fare over those tiny little ones there. Probably not well, judging by how this isn't doing great. Just more rocks. As far as the eye can see. Need the stone picker from Farm Sim and just pick up stones the whole way into a basket so I can dump them out the side of the map. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could more reliably push them, because one of the problems I'm running into, you'll probably keep noticing, is that I put down the scoop, but because of the terrain, it kind of just bounces over them. It doesn't do me any good. Okay. We're almost in the clear from all the, like, medium-sized rocks we got here. These little pebbles I don't need to worry about so much, I don't think. But all these other ones that we could genuinely get under the vehicle and just get stuck sitting on them, those had to go. I don't think those ones up there are a problem. I don't think these tiny ones here are a problem. That one in the middle road back there probably was a problem, but I don't want to deal with it. Because I'd like to actually be working on the road versus just trying to reach the road. Not even with a convoy, with my normal vehicles. And for the road, so we're taking the left over here. Oh yeah, so we've got both these. Yeah, so we're taking the left over this way. Okay. So I can get over here and get this all sorted. Alright, so I'm going to use my not so great judgment. I'm going to switch to asphalt destruction with the hope of just very slowly driving along here and knocking down this hill. At least some. We are going to be making a convoy go over here. I expect it to do very badly on this hill. It's actually working better than I thought it would, just driving just forward and back, nothing fancy. It is very slowly lowering the height of this. Isn't there a chunk with an excavator out to pick up rocks? Yeah, there is a truck. It's got like a little claw arm. The claw arm has to pick them up one by one, which isn't the worst. I think that is the tool that is designed for it, as it were. Looks more effective. So yeah, so it's more effective at flattening it out when I reverse it. As far as getting up to it, just use the crane, throw them off the road. Well, that's what you probably should do, because there's no like dump feature on it either. So it means you'd have to use a crane to take them all back out one by one. All right, so let's switch back to flattening, and I'm gonna turn around and try doing this from the other side. Not really taking much off of that. Oh, it's hit sign. I do need to make the command accept sign as well. Okay. Make sign tell you that you need to type hit sign? Perfect. Just add extra steps in for everybody. Are you still set to your manual height? There you go. That's good to know that it stays at its manual height when you do that. So it's another thing to be careful of, that you can potentially make your situation worse. You think it's work, you're just amusing yourself? Yeah, but no, we actually do have a command hit sign to keep the count up. That we introduced with Farm Sim. Like, we don't have a command for rolling over, which, you know, we've gone back and forth on whether we should, because honestly, in a full stream, a lot of times I do only roll over the vehicle once or twice most of the time. There's certainly times I'm doing something I really shouldn't be. Now I roll it over way more. Alright, this turned into more of a project that I really want it to be. Just slowly trying to carve this down. So as you can see, like, it's working. You can see where I've carved down the edges and, you know, shoved it off to the side. But you can also see that it really doesn't work quickly. And I am finding the backing up does a really good job of keeping it from being utterly cursed, which is the big problem I found when I've tried to do this in the past, is you end up with, like, everything bouncing everywhere, because every time this thing bounces just a little bit, it kind of lifts the blade back out of the dirt, making a new, like, little ridge or whatever to deal with. Almost got that to not be awful. That's what I'm trying to deal with right now, is where that one little bump is. Because if this is a Wayfarer or something like that we have to move back and forth, that's going to be way more than it can handle. Okay. Turn around, try and do it for the other side. Have to go back to manual, we'll back off. Sink this thing way in there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Cool, and it looks like the concrete will prevent me from hitting it too low. Because unfortunately there isn't really a flattening this. You can kind of dig or you cannot dig. So the hope is we're drawing a lot of the dirt away from that spot. But yeah, this is taking way longer than I thought it would. Cool. So let's see. Yeah, just create a new ridge. Let's just try and push just the ridge and not the whole process. Maybe around there. Yeah, so as you can see, where it comes to where you can carve into here, getting this to not be cursed is its own, like, little project. Okay, so I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. We're gonna leave it alone, because I keep making it worse. That seems at least salvageable. I'll probably need to put sand down on it, unfortunately. But that's fine. Let's actually get the road part of the road built that we've been supposed to do this whole time. Or do we keep going straight back over it? I was trying to do that, but what's ending up happening is, like, you'd start to climb and drag the front part back down, and then you go over and you kind of, like, snipe the top of the hill but miss part of it. So I did find that I needed to do more than just going back over it again and again and again. If you had level sand, like, if you had a level spot that you could, like, push the thing over and then back off, you might be able to work with it. It's just pretty finicky. It kind of makes me wish there was, like, that the level mode could have more terrain destruction. So you could do something kind of halfway between, like having a dig mode and then having the level mode and having it work on the regular terrain as well. So that stuff that were, like, particular outcroppings, you just go over it. Okay. Alright. Now this, you actually do have ability to get a little bit more level by just going back and forth. It still has its limitations where you will still get slopes and all that, but if you flatten the edges normally, it might help in the middle. So I don't believe the regular flattening will work on it. We can try that. I think you have to deliberately, like, ram the blade down into it, but we can check real fast. I'm down to find out. You can always just add a sign that says bump. Uneven pavement ahead. So one interesting thing that you can do is if I do put any of the other sand on here, you can do a lot more manipulation of the terrain once you put any amount of sand on it. It'll let you kind of affect the stuff underneath a little bit. But yeah, so you see him going over with the flat, and it's not affecting the terrain at all. Which that's just how it works. The idea is you have to put to destroy asphalt or manual to be able to manipulate the not your sand terrain. Which makes a certain amount of sense, because otherwise it'd be too easy to just jack up the entire terrain on the map unintentionally and spend all your time trying to fix where you've just broken everything. Alright, just making this slightly wider and getting to the other side. Then we can bring the paver, get that done. And then I will have a another road to do, which hopefully won't be nearly as big of a problem. I'm expecting to run into some issues on that little hill we got. There's a good chance we just get to put a little bit of sand on there, level it out at least a little bit to deal with like the imperfections we've caused it. But it just really felt like that sand dune kind of going up and over. If we got something like a Wayfarer or the other truck that doesn't have diff lock and all-wheel drive, it would just immediately beach and not be able to do anything. Alright, so get you out of the way. You're still way over here. And hopefully got enough rocks out of the road that this thing can get over there fine. Okay. We're helping the nearby town. It's a side objective. But honestly, those side objectives, they give you a lot of money. So they're worth doing whether or not, you know, the game says like important, because it's just going to get you more vehicles, are going to make your other missions easier anyways. There's just really no reason not to. Please patch an option to remove road requests. So say no to huge yellow glowing boxes. I mean, I don't mind that. That's like early on, those are like the tutorial way of doing it, but it's also a way of, you know, kind of enforcing that you need to do those. I imagine for a lot of them, outside of the infrastructure convoys, you're gonna have to build a road there anyways. So they don't bother me at all. I think they're fine. Because one of the main mechanics of the game is to put down the roads. And this is a left turn, right? Yeah. Is it the same map with FG? Oh no, we finished that map a while back. No, that was 2 maps ago. That map was hit with a hurricane, this map was hit with a sandstorm. So we got sand piled up, and honestly just a ridiculous number of rock slides. Rock slides are proving to be the more frustrating thing on the map. Is just everywhere you go, there's just stones to deal with everywhere. Yeah, so we're already struggling with this getting over here. Besides, once you build the road, the big yellow square goes away. Okay. It's also a thing that they do, like you notice here it says open construction request. They also have it where if you're just not a fan of doing this part of the process, you can make the AI do it. You still have to like drive all the equipment to the right place and everything. But if you so wish, the AI will do it for you. Which I can understand. People not wanting to drive back and forth in the same spot, just, you know, with a different vehicle again and again. I could see where people that just might not be their idea of a fun time. I personally enjoy it. But it's not for everyone. That's what you mean? Because why would you want the AI to build you a road when building the road is the entire point of the game? I wouldn't say it's the entire point. Wifey, I love you too. You have a good night. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It doesn't hurt you at all to have that. You can just not push F and do it. So that option existing does literally nothing negative to anyone. And then for people who want to just, you know, have the stuff go. Because, like, you know, for example, like that road paper. Oh, come on. Here, we can make it bounce. You know, for people who, that's just not their part of the game that they enjoy. They can just do something else. So basically, as functionality existing in the game, there's no harm in it existing, but there is benefit. Just like a game having an easy mode doesn't hurt anyone. I need to get the bigger steamroller. Alright. Then this will finish this road. That was really sloppy at the end there. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's grab our dump truck. There's another place to build a road right over here. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good for games to have options, like whether they're difficulty settings and all that kind of stuff, accessibility. It just makes the game accessible to a wider range of people, you know. And like, if you're just in the mood for one thing, you can do it. If you're not in the mood for it, you can not do it. I'll always fight on the side of having more options, having more accessibility. Like, and don't get me wrong, as an individual, you can get yourself in a situation where you kind of ruin the game for yourself. Like, you give yourself a whole bunch of mods that make the game super easy for you, and then you get bored. But that doesn't mean the problem is with the mods and that they shouldn't be allowed. It's just kind of being aware, you know, what you enjoy. But honestly, very genuinely, if someone just, they want to play the game where they just push a button and the roads just make themselves, like, all the way start to finish, and they just watch it, they're having fun. You know, that's the whole thing. But so you're down for options. You find the glowing arcade boxes irritating. I mean, do you find them irritating because they're ridiculously bright? Because that I would agree with, is that the gamma on some of the assets in this game are, hey, I didn't realize this was a competition with the sun. But them just kind of being like, hey, here's the point where this starts, here's the point where this ends. This is the area you're supposed to generally follow. You gotta have some type of guidelines for it to kind of let you know where you're supposed to actually be working. Because it'd suck, for example, if I cut my road way close to those buildings, and it was too far for it to count, you know, I'd be annoyed having to remake the entire road. So it's just kind of the thing being like, hey, here's where the mission happens. But see, the only part you use for the AI is for the sand, as they just do it in one go, no refilling. Yeah. Honestly, for this game, so I play a lot of SnowRunner in hard mode. That I have very much been enjoying hard mode SnowRunner. In this game, from what's been described for hard mode of just, you know, adding the gas and the repair and all that, I don't think I'm gonna play hard mode, to be honest. I don't really see the game benefiting from that. Like I've been outspoken a couple times on the channel, like, okay, we add fuel to the game. Fair enough. Fuel exists in the game. The assumption would be I could get you know, gas at any of the bases, and then usually every map will have a gas station somewhere. We've not reached it yet, so I would be going back. So from a practicality standpoint, what that means is I would start here, and we would go back and forth as I worked on this road down here, just getting gas again and again. But these roads have already been fixed. They've already been made nice. So I'm literally just going to be driving farther and farther back and forth as we work on stuff. And the reality is I'll get a vehicle that's a support vehicle that's got fuel and parts and whatever. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be like SnowRunner at all, where, you know, you've got to, like, fight your way through the mud, and you have to be like, okay, well, do I diff lock, do I not diff lock, and all that kind of stuff. You're going to be driving on good roads back and forth. And it very much feels like it is going to not be a challenge, it's going to be tedium. Yeah, exactly. Like, whereas SnowRunner is a very different animal, because the roads never do improve. So there's actually a logic to going, okay, let me go ahead and I've got these 4 or 5 different missions over here. Let me get the vehicle that can handle those missions. I'll bring a support vehicle that's got like this big gas tank, and I'm going to go fill it off on this gas tank that's for another quest to top it off for, you know, quote-unquote free gas. And, you know, kind of have to base my operations over there and handle all that. And you'll still be able to do that, but when you can just drive back fairly safely without any real risk of problems with your vehicle, I just don't see it hitting the same. I think a lot of people are wanting this to be SnowRunner, and I do feel like fundamentally the different approaches these two games take from each other, they're not really compatible in that way. Like, for example, if we take the mechanics from RoadCraft and we bring them over to SnowRunner, just grab it and take it. Yeah, you know, we've all joked about, like, I'm tired of going through the same mud puddle in front of my garage in Michigan every single contract. And, like, yeah, it's not that big a deal, but I really wish I could just fix it. But the reality is, if you can go around and fix all the areas in SnowRunner, you would trivialize the game. Like, it's not designed with the consideration of fixing things in mind. Now, in this one, there's honestly very little terrain that's actually properly challenging to cross. Like, there's some, you know, ones where you gotta climb, like, weird ledges and all that, that sort of is more aligned with what Expeditions was than SnowRunner. And there's mud, but none of the mud you really have to worry about getting stuck in with most vehicles. You just diff lock, all-wheel drive, and you're good to go. You know, yeah, when you're delivering, like, the big, heavy semi-truck, that's a different story. But by then you've already mapped things out, and, you know, stuff like your dump truck can drive through just about anything, your crane can drive through just about anything. That is just not the same. Whereas in SnowRunner, you can get into some mud that you're just like, well, this vehicle lives here now. I got into this really deep mud. It's now bottomed out to the point where the bottom of my vehicle is in the mud. The tires are spinning and I'm not going anywhere. And, like, don't get me wrong, your later game vehicles, that's just not really a big concern. It's more, once you're doing that, you're operating incredibly gas inefficiently. So, I'm curious. I have a feeling that what's going to happen is hard mode's going to get added, and then people are going to complain that the game's no fun. That were people who weren't checking it out because they're like, oh, it doesn't have gas, it doesn't have repairs. And they're going to kind of get the fun out of the game. And I could be wrong. But it is one of those things. I I do personally feel like it was the right decision for this game to not have the gas and not have the repairs and all that stuff. For SnowRunner, I think it's actually great that they have all that. I think that's perfect for that game. I would call SnowRunner like a survival driver game. Just instead of, you know, food, water, and everything, it's gas and damage and whatnot. Whereas this, I would definitely not put in that same umbrella. Nor do I think it particularly fits that umbrella, even if you add that. But unfortunately, I think the outcry was loud enough that whether or not people considered game design, you know, it's a feature that's missing from this that was present in SnowRunner. They want this to be challenging like SnowRunner, but it's just not designed with that in mind. So bolting it in the end, I think people are still not going to be happy with the result. And I do think Saber's also worried that this not performing as well, like what happened with Expeditions. So I kind of worry that what's going to end up happening is over time, everything's going to be trapped to being, okay, but it still needs to be SnowRunner. And just the devs burning out, making the same game again and again and again. And honestly, the player base burning out from playing the same game again and again and again. Because I don't think this is ever meant to be SnowRunner-like. And it's honestly a thing in games that it can be a benefit to games to getting rid of stuff that we're seeing as, like, difficulty stuff. Take, like, the Stardew Valley-esque games. There's certain mechanics that just, they all, and as a broad sweeping statement, tend to include. They tend to include combat, they tend to include farming, they tend to include stamina, they tend to include those things. It honestly becomes kind of a breath of fresh air sometimes when you go to play one of those games, you're like, yeah, we're just not doing stamina in this one. Like, you still have to deal with life, you still have to deal with money and all that, but just this one, we're just not going to bother with the whole stamina thing where you have to figure out, you know, eat a bunch of your vegetables in the first day to have enough stamina to plant enough vegetables to make the good money or whatever. So we're just going to eliminate that, you know. It becomes a mechanic where you just end up eating stuff and keep going, or just you kind of end your turn, end your day early. In some games it can be a very meaningful mechanic, but a lot of ones it's just you checked the box on your spreadsheet because all the other ones checked the box on their spreadsheet. Or combat. I've talked about, in a lot of those games, the Stardew Valley-esque games, usually the combat is passable at best, or just bad most of the time. Like, it's kind of a thing that they all feel a need to bolt on because previous titles did it. But generally speaking, for the vast majority of the games, they have the things they do well, and then there's combat. And so, like, for example, Roots of Pacha decided, you know what, we're just not going to do combat. And I remember a lot of people were concerned of saying, wait, they're not going to do combat? Oh, that's going to suck. And then Roots of Pacha was absolutely wonderful, and for the most part, I don't think very many people missed combat from it, because generally in that genre, like 90-ish% of those games, the combat's pretty just okay. Like, it's passable. You're not actively having a bad time, but you're not exactly having a great time with it either. It's fine. It's whatever. And then there's a rare exception. Like, my time at Porsche and all that, the combat was a bit better. But by and large, it's just, you know, combat's not the focus of the game, and it shows. But at the same time, you know, you would go to people like, oh, you got rid of stamina, baby mode. And you're like, no, it's kind of nice. Or, you know, it's another mechanic that's just kind of a staple of that genre is you hit whatever time at night, midnight, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, and your character passes out, and there's a penalty for it. And then there's games where like, you know what? You don't have to sleep. You can choose to sleep, and there's benefits to sleep, like maybe you get more XP, or like you can fast forward time, which has its own benefit or whatever, but like you don't have to sleep. And it's kind of refreshing to not be like, oh, I just I'm in the middle of something. It's not hard, but now I gotta run the whole way home and the whole way back just to keep doing what I'm doing. And after like the third day of that, you're like, you know what I want to do? I just want to do the thing I'm over here doing. I don't want to run back and forth this whole way. So it can sometimes be a benefit to take a feature that's in a game series, in a genre, and be like, you know what? That isn't what this game's about. That isn't something we feel supports what we're trying to deliver in this game. We'll see. I'll probably give it a shot on my own, because I suspect I'll be done with the game before hard mode drops. I'll give it a shot. I expect it to not be that fun to do with hard mode on this one. For hard mode, let's go back to SnowRunner. Now, with all that said, I do personally feel like I would like the ability to turn down the gamma on these, because for those who haven't seen, when you get a bunch of quest markers in the same space, they do stack, and it is, oh my god, bright. It is painful to look at levels of bright. So I would absolutely love to be able to take the gamma on those and be like, hey, can we knock that down? Like, I still want the box to know where you want me to work, but could we not have it staring directly into the sun levels of bright, please? Maybe make it like 60-70% as bright. It's honestly also mostly just the yellow. Like the red, blue, green there? That part's fine. Yeah. No, we had, oh man, which map was it? It was the last map we did, that there was like 4 mission objectives, and I stacked them all in the vehicle, and they still had the yellow line coming down to them. And it was like, oh my god, it's so incredibly bright. Like, once we got going, it took the quest marker off of them. But it was definitely for a hot minute there just being like, this is... Like, the entire center of my screen is practically white with how bright it is. Yeah, I could also go for that. What Wobble Spam is saying is have the alpha turned down on those as well. So as you get close, it goes from, really easy to spot at a distance levels of brightness to like really toning it down where you just kind of don't need that level of bright because you're practically sitting on it. Alright, so we've got those all handled. So I am going to try to just send it. Oh, I think I'm literally blocking the way with these. Hang on. So go ahead and get these out of the way, and we'll see about seeing how... I'm expecting the road part to be totally fine. The spot in between is probably fine. I am expecting that area we tried to, like, flatten the hill out, I'm expecting that to be a bad time. So let's go here, do this. Alright. I have a feeling we're dealing with wayfarers. Yeah, and so right here that we're crossing right now, that's where I'm expecting it to have the bad time. They might struggle getting onto this road. But the road itself will probably be fine. Alright, so let's see how we go. First vehicle is just a regular truck. That'll probably be okay. Let me guess, Wayfarer? No, just another one of these trucks. I honestly feel pretty good about these trucks being able to get over that sandhill. Yeah, it's looking like just like these trucks. Okay, I actually feel pretty good about these trucks. If it was the Wayfarer is a semi-expect to just like beach itself on that little hill. This might struggle to get up it a little bit. I do think it will manage it though. Alright. I'm also glad this part of the route doesn't have a bunch of loose stones on it. Because that other hill where we were trying to clean up all the stones was pretty awful. But yeah, no, a lot of that stuff, like, it also gets into like the realism thing, which is a normal subject on the channel as well. There's a lot of times people will be like, hey, you know, the game should X because realism. And the vast majority of the time you stop and go, right, but would that actually be fun? And they'll be like, yeah, it's realistic. And you're like, no, you're not listening. Would it be actually fun? Would it be a positive experience of the game? And there's a lot of times people chase realism for the sake of realism. It's not that a game being realistic can't be bad. Or isn't a good thing, but it's one of those things about considering like the gameplay, the game balance, and like realism should be like the one that comes after all those other ones. Also, you should get hungry. Right. Imagine they just bolted on like actual survival mechanics, so you'd have to like run to town and like go pillage the grocery store to see if you can't get some food and water and all that, and you just have those tickers going down constantly. And you'd have to also run home to, like, the base to go to sleep. You know, all that kind of stuff. And it is a comment I've made with a lot of games that, you know, they're games with survival mechanics. They're not survival as their first thing. Because survival games can be good. But a game that is just another game in another genre and they just kind of bolt on the survival mechanics. Sometimes it can be good. But a lot of the times you're like, this is really getting in the way for me just doing what I want to be doing. Like, that was, what is it? I Am Future? I played that one with, like, the survival mechanics all turned on. Do I think that actually added to the game? Honestly, not really. Like, I really like I Am Future, but the needing to eat and all that to, like, need to eat and drink to stay alive and all that really didn't add anything to the game, really. It just very quickly became a chore, which they did have a setting just turn that off. That'll be an interesting one to get the power cable up to. I might be able to just take it right up there, I actually don't know. Okay. So we've got that route. Cool. So that actually went better than I thought. I was expecting Wayfarers. Help? Let's see. Tifletown has received a help signal from an isolated household. The locals are prepared a truck with supplies. Bring it over to ensure that no one is left in the lurch. It's one of those pay it forward kind of situations. After they receive some basic supplies, you'll be able to count on their help if you should ever find yourself in trouble. I want to, there we go. So this vehicle does have diff lock. It does not have all-wheel drive. Well, I think paying it back would be if I help them and then they turn around and help me. I think the paying it forward is them to their own residence. My step, I would be in the pay it back step, but the idea is we've helped them and they want to help the next people up the line kind of thing. So that would be paying it forward. I think is the idea, at least. Okay, you're way out there. But yeah. At least it has diff lock. Oh, that is a lot of rocks.
I know it's an official mission and all, but still, you delivering that truck is probably the best part of the job for me. Getting to help out folks who are in a real bind.
Okay, we do not have all-wheel drive. Just diff lock. So if I get it all beached on a stone, this thing's just gonna get stuck. Alright, come on, you can do it. Can you load in the transporter? Oh yeah, we absolutely could. We might even do something like that. But we'll see. It's looking like this might be the only really bad part here. It's just loose dirt and stones. I'm genuinely surprised we got over that stone. Okay. I need to find an angle that we're not beaching the entire bottom of the van in. Okay. Try going up the hill more to the right, maybe. We don't want to beach on the rock up here. The rocks may have been the better choice. Yeah, that's just trying to look, is over there on the left, if I can really climb those rocks. And I'm not honestly sure one way or the other. But hey, at the rate we're displacing the sand, I mean, sooner or later I'll be able to just drive over because there'll be no sand left. Ah, I got another rock stuck under me. That's what's happening. Where did the rock go? Oh, the rock fell. That's weird. I don't really get what we're stuck on. Like, part of it is, oh, you know what I think we are doing? I think that's the edge of where the road is underneath the sand, and I'm caught up on the edge. So, like, my driver's side wheels are having problems, like, climbing back onto the road. And there's just another rock underneath there. Alright. Yeah, the easy way to do this would be just literally just load it up on the heavy transport and just drive over this all. Or grab the crane and pick it up and just carry it over with the crane. It gets up here and then it gets stuck. It's really hard to see. The crane might not be a good type. Oh no, the crane is ridiculous. The crane is like all-wheel drive with like 8 wheels, and it really can climb what feels completely unreasonable. It seems like no matter where... How is that rock up there? You see that rock that's like hovering? But going the whole way in reverse help? I don't think so. There are some vehicles that makes a difference. I don't think this is one of them. Okay, there, we got rid of the rock that's underneath. Yeah, the rock is just floating in the air. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking back onto like the edge of where the road is supposed to be. So my tires just get stuck along the edge. There's just so much sand here. I mean, partly I've been trying to back out of this too, but like I said, it seems like I'm kind of stuck up on the edge of where the pavement is, so the wheels get stuck along and just run along it. Not really giving me room to go very far in any direction. Just back and forth. Slowly eroding away more and more of the terrain. Okay. I also think every time we're seeing like the little light effect underneath, I think that's technically a spark happening because we're supposedly rubbing up against them. Can you use a vehicle to pull it? Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, no, the Scout could definitely pull it as well. Like that's the thing. I have lots of options that aren't just driving. Oh, there's a lot ahead. Okay, let's change our plan. So vehicle-wise, that we can deal with that. Honestly, any of these vehicles could go over there and just push it. We could certainly grab you and do it. Let's just use this. This isn't probably the best vehicle for it. If we grabbed it with the crane, like we could just lift it up with the crane and go. This one will also have problems in that dirt. But at least it's all-wheel drive. And bear with me, chat. We're just taking an ad break, and I need to use the restroom real bad. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I just need to park it on the space, and I push a button, and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed.
Hey.
I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build a bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest. All, like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. I should tell the sad news. No. No, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Alright, and I am back. So, we were doing the thing where we did the thing with the thing. Right, so we were going ahead and getting this truck, and we were just going to try and winch the other vehicle along. The easy win here, I think, is literally just take the heavy crane, pick it up, and drive. It's very much one of those things that, like, 99% of the problems in the game, the answer is get the heavy crane, pick it up, and drive. Having problems driving the Wayfarer, pick it up and drive. Need to load up a bunch of stuff on a vehicle, pick it up and drive. But, you know, want to do more than just use that as, like, the hammer to every nail. So go ahead and drive this over there. Because with this, I should be able to snag it with the winch. It'll do a bit better going through that sand. Like, it'll be able to traverse the sand. The rocks will be a bit of a pain. Crane Simulator 2025. I would not be surprised if that's actually a product. Like, not even memeing. That would not surprise me if that's a product. Either one that is out or is coming. There are a whole lot of simulation games. Some of them are far better than others. I think the real challenge is going to be getting around that with the big rocks. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Okay. So honestly, this van could probably actually drive through some of this a bit better than with me towing it as well. It might honestly be worth me just detaching and seeing if the van can handle that. You can always re-winch it. Because with this towing it that way. Can be a little tricky. Because we can't really maneuver it around rocks easy. I'm getting caught up in the rocks that are pushing me into other rocks. You could set the van to drive while in tow, like they did in SnowRunner. Can you? Actually, I haven't hardly. I see. Okay. It's just one of those things. I haven't had a need to tow my vehicles almost at all in this game. Like, genuinely, I think the entire game, I think I've only towed like 2 or 3 vehicles, not counting like just flipping a vehicle over real fast. It's just generally not been a thing I've needed. Because honestly, when I'm doing rescue, you only used it once in Sunken. Yeah, I just picked up the semi with the heavy crane. Not even kidding when I said I solved almost all my problems by just being like, yep, difficult thing, heavy crane. Alright, main objective. Okay, so I need to get this route sorted. And you are going where? You're going back down to the concrete plant. Alright, so this spot I expect to be trouble. So this is the whole route that it'll be less steep. There's actually quite a few ways we could potentially go. Regardless, I think we gotta go up there. I don't... Like, without knowing what vehicles we're gonna get... Fine, I'm just gonna go this way. We've already pushed a lot of the rocks out of here. There's only 1 or 2 patches of this area that are rough so far as driving in general. But I think almost all the alternate routes I'm gonna have more of a chore to deal with. We'll see. We might end up needing to do some work on this to make it viable. There's quite a few places that the dirt is a little bit loose. It really depends on exactly what type of vehicle we're getting. If we're getting a Wayfarer, this will be horrific. Oh, wait. Okay. So the question is, the vehicles that come out behind it, will it be a semi? No, more just these trucks. So just 2 of these trucks. Alright, well, while that's going on, we have the delivery of 2 objects from here to the concrete plant. How big do those look? Alright, those are relatively decent size. I definitely don't want to take the Wayfarer back and forth. So let's go ahead and pop to our garage. and see what we've got for options for hauling that stuff. And I don't think we can afford any of the new hauling stuff, but that's fine. Oh, we can actually get... You know what? I take that back. You will do. So I could do here is grab you, deploy, and then we're going to go here and make great decisions, which I'm going to grab the big heavy crane. So you're already deployed out there. I'm probably not going to need you for this one. So grab the big heavy crane, we'll toss it on there, drive the whole thing over there. Alright, let's try that again. It climbs so easy, it just wants to drive right off the side anytime we grip. Honestly, it'll probably be faster if I just drive them separately. I'll try one last time to drive this onto the back of that. Fully expecting this to not go well. But the idea being to toss both those things in the back, strap it on there, drive to wherever we need to go, it'll probably be fine. If not, I'll immediately regret it. Yeah, it's fine. We'll drive them separate. I'm putting too much effort into this. Okay. Yep, so drive that over there. Then we can just load it up onto the back of the heavy transport. Alright, if we're going down that way. Guess that's the road over there? Road's a little hard to recognize with all the sand. Now the big problem we could run to the semi thing I've got over there is just having it beach itself on the sand. That's a genuine concern. I do have another transport that could probably ship both of those in one trip. That is not, worse. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Which is, I've got one that's like got a little crane for picking up stones or whatever to throw them in the back. It's probably got a wide enough back I could put both of them side by side. And then it's tread, so I could just drive right over all this garbage. I think this will be fine, though. Okay. You are in place. And so now I finally got the heavy transport I've been meaning to buy this whole time, as opposed to using the rusted one. Because I should be able to toss both of those on the back and drive where they need to go. Honestly, the side-by-side treaded storage thing probably would have been the better choice. It's way slower. but I get over all of this no problem. And it's got a much smaller turning radius since it can just turn where it sits. But that's fine. This seems to be doing okay. The big question is when I get to the other side, will I be able to position it correctly? Oh, I'm gonna have to, it's fine. I'm gonna have to bring the crane to the other side too because I'll have to unload them. It's fine. I probably should have just used the mule. Because then I could have loaded one in the back and then one into the, left one in the crane and it would have worked. Okay. Well, let's get this out of here. And you need to go all the way to concrete plant. So yeah, basically, I need to go back on the road we came in on, and then just go right on up. And then we'll probably just reset the crane back up the hill and have it meet us on the other side and take care of that. Alright. And it looks like that other route went fine. We never got the failed route alert, so that's good news. All right. And then we got those 2 power runs, which, like I said, I'm curious about those because I won't be able to run along a lot of the roads because of the concrete. And there's a lot of cliffs and all that, so it's going to be interesting to see what route I have to come up with to maneuver it around. Okay. I'd also be curious where we get our next base at. I'm assuming there's going to be one over on the other side of the map somewhere over there. Okay, so it's still a decent distance away. I'm assuming you want to keep following this. Yeah, we followed the whole way. Okay. Honestly, I think our other crane is down there, so I might not even need to move the crane. I think the big crane, I believe we have it already down in that area. So that'll probably work out for us. More stones I had to push out of the road. Alright. I think my crane, I think that's literally it right there. Okay.
We can call Operation Restore the Concrete Plant a success. My naming of operations, not so much. Anywho, it's all thanks to you as usual. I mean that. I've sent you some concrete bridge designs. I'm sure they'll be helpful. Of course, we have a long road ahead bringing the rest of the region back to shape. But we're off to a good start.
Hey, Bjorn. I'm doing pretty good. Just working on getting everything set up. Little by little. Oh, I forgot to unstrap those. That's fine. Okay, so we can grab these, get the, get those fuel tanks over here. I wonder. Oh, wait. We're ever so slightly intruding in that spot. So I wonder if I attach to this, will it decouple? It will not let me. Okay. Because I remember there was a couple things that if I messed with it with the winch or whatever, I would cause it to detach. Alright, grab the next one. And get you into place. Alright. So now I need to get this going. Start plotting the route. So the big problem we have here is I've got a lot of things all trying to take the same route. They are going to collide, which is going to cause some of them to fail. I also don't really care because I'll get credit for the mission the first time one succeeds. And then the moment we get one out of the way, we can have the other one go. Alright, so I do have this path we can take up here. That looks really dodgy. That also has its own issues. I think we go the wide way around. Which might take some work because that is a lot of sand drifts. Alright, I do have a couple of rocks to maneuver around. I'll need to adjust that one to the side a little. Okay, we'll see how far they go. I have not the best confidence of them making it there. Alright, so we need to connect power from you. Where's your power source? I see we can get power. Those need to be connected as well. I guess we'll have to wait on that one because I don't see a power source for me to get you power from. I'm guessing it's down here somewhere. Alright, we also have where we need to replace pipes. We got one broken pipe here. One broken pipe there. One broken pipe there. Okay, for producing pipes, we've got the steel mill up here. That I don't believe is online yet. That's what I think we're fixing right now. But then we need to grab stuff to process into steel pipes, bring the steel pipes all the way back, and get that all sorted out. So good news is it does look like these trucks are going to be just more of the actual trucks, and not Wayfarers or anything. So I am hopeful that they will just be able to manage these. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. It wouldn't surprise me if with those rocks I gotta finagle the path one way or the other. But yeah, so I need to get the electricity online. That's going to need me to figure out what the heck I need to do for that route. Just active source is what it says. Yeah, I'm assuming there's an active source down here somewhere that I gotta hook stuff up with. Honestly, it's going relatively okay so far. I'm expecting... The one place that looked rough was right... Where's that rock? Right here looks like a bad spot. And that looks like a bad spot. So we'll see how they do, because I'm worried they're just gonna catch onto that rock and just smash. Or they'll just ram it out of the way, which I can get on board with. Heck yeah, just shove all those rocks out of the way, that's fine. You are getting real dodgy on that rock, though. So ironically, the big rock I was worried about, non-issue. Little bitty rock over here, almost rolling them over every time. And it's not almost there. Alright, so let's go ahead and click on that route, cancel it. We'll have it bring it down just a little ways farther there and there. And then while we're at it, did we get far enough to push that? I think they'll be able to just push that. Why are you cutting it so close on the inside? You should have gone wide. Let's see, you're 8, or am you trying to convert this game? Sorry, this game is a solid start, but the devs need a few rules. Let us attach the trailers or tractors for one thing. It's a bit silly to need 2 tractors. I mean, I haven't had any real issues. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You're just trying to convert this game. Yeah, and that's the thing. This is not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. It's not anything SnowRunner related. So that's like that's kind of the first thing, is to immediately remove your expectations of SnowRunner. Like, so the trailer's not detaching, like having the hardcore side of it, gas, repairs, all that, just kind of take all of that off. It's not meant to be SnowRunner. They were very deliberate in saying it wasn't going to be SnowRunner, or very similar to SnowRunner. I think they're focusing more on just having the road building stuff here, and then the idea would be maybe later, if people seem to really resonate with this, maybe we get some of this stuff in future SnowRunner things. I don't think so. I do actually find that a lot of what this game's focus, I think, runs entirely counter to what makes SnowRunner good, but at the same time, SnowRunner runs entirely counter to what makes this good. So it is very much one of those things. If you're looking for this to be more like SnowRunner, it's just not that. You'd say it's somewhat inspired, but that's about it. Exactly. It's fair to say it's inspired by SnowRunner, but it is not SnowRunner. Like, the devs have been very, very, like, directed
I know you're not exactly holding your breath to hear this, but we have a shiny new transformer sitting at the Steel Beams facility. It's just waiting to be installed at the substation near the collapsed power line. Oh, and while you're at it, bring a container of materials with you. They'll come in handy soon enough. Always do.
Okay, so we got transformer and a random box. You're getting shades of Frostpunk versus Frostpunk 2? Yeah, the only thing with, like, Frostpunk is that, like, both those games, you know, they were the same name game kind of thing, so there is a set expectation. Versus, this is definitely, developers, like, gave it its own name. They tried to be like, hey, it's not SnowRunner, hey, it's something different, it's not going to be SnowRunner. And yet, they're getting a lot of pushback being like, you know, it doesn't have this that SnowRunner has, or like, yeah, it's not SnowRunner. I've stated a few times them adding the hard mode with gas. I'm kind of curious of what's going to happen is they're going to add it, and then a lot of people are going to complain about the hard mode not being that fun because it's just not the same game. Don't get me wrong, you love. Alright, here's what I'll put for the counter argument. Imagine right now, you go back to SnowRunner, and you can pave roads and do all that right now. And the entire way you play SnowRunner changes. You no longer go and muck in the mud anymore. Literally what you do is you get your vehicle that you can go through and you drop your gravel, and then you've solved it. And so you never fight through the mud, you don't really need the winch, you just slowly back up, drop your gravel, back up, drop your gravel. You've basically taken everything away that makes SnowRunner SnowRunner and made it into something else. And on top of that, all of the existing maps are not balanced around the idea of you being able to construct roads. So you basically trivialize the entire game up until whatever new content they add that, you know, then takes into consideration that. So I do think it was a correct decision that this should be its own game. Because also the priorities of this game are totally different. The functionality and the focus of this game are totally different. It's not SnowRunner. Like, that's the thing that needs to be brought across. It's not SnowRunner. And it's never going to be SnowRunner. SnowRunner might get some of the mechanics from this. That would be potentially good. I do think, though, very genuinely, as much as I am 100% guilty of also complaining about being like, hey, just let me dump some gravel in this stupid mud pit in front of the garage, I do think the ability to do so would fundamentally change SnowRunner into an entirely different game. And I think that would actually detract from the main things, you know, the challenge of SnowRunner. So I do think it was correct to do that. Plus, very genuinely, this is a very new version of the engine that has much higher system requirements than SnowRunner has. Where if we were to take all of the functionality in this and somehow port it back to the point that it wouldn't require, like, rewriting the game, which would be a major undertaking, it would be telling everyone who already has, you know, SnowRunner, hey, the system requirements are higher, get wrecked, nerd. No, just have the option to fix roads. Could saying be expensive? Yeah. No, I get that. I understand what you're saying. The point is, maybe that happens in SnowRunner or not. This is not SnowRunner. This is a independent idea. What I believe the devs are working on right now is you've got SnowRunner. It's actively being updated. Literally got a DLC about a month ago. Like, very, very much being actively updated. And what the devs are trying to do is come up with other titles that are not SnowRunner to add to their catalog so that they can make more than just SnowRunner. And I feel like that's the same kind of thing that bit them with Expeditions, is that people were expecting SnowRunner, and it's not SnowRunner. Expedition was pretty much grabbing the exploration element from SnowRunner and saying, what if this was its own game, but like more fleshed out, like that mechanic. And admittedly, that's for a much smaller audience. And this one are going, okay, people are saying we always want to fix the roads and all that kind of stuff. What if we made a game where that's what you do, is you just fix the roads? So we don't worry about like SnowRunner and what SnowRunner is. We make a game that's about like genuinely fixing the roads and infrastructure as its main focus. Whereas I'd argue the main focus of SnowRunner is hauling cargo through very suboptimal conditions. You know, and I would argue also that SnowRunner to a certain extent is like a survival driving game, where the survival mechanics are your damage and fuel and all that, and managing all those and whatnot. It's just, they're very different games that are only loosely related to each other. I get that you want these mechanics in SnowRunner, and maybe that happens someday. But this is a completely independent and separate product that has nothing directly to do with SnowRunner. And I think that's good. See, the only problem is how many people focus on things? SnowRunner Big Six, more or less a dud. Yeah, like, so I think Expeditions suffered from the same problem that people wanted Expeditions to be SnowRunner 2, and it wasn't. The devs took a challenge, like took an experiment, said, "Hey, maybe there's a market for this game," and you know, there was, but it's much smaller than I think they were hoping for. You know, I get Focus is the publisher, but like that's the whole point. Is they're trying to make something that is not SnowRunner to add to their catalog, is what I think what's happening. Is I think they want SnowRunner, and they want something not SnowRunner. They want to, like, have more than just one game they're making again and again and again. Because they've done Mud Runner and all that. And so, one, I would not be surprised if the devs are just genuinely tired of making more SnowRunner. It says something for someone to keep making more and more on the same... Well, and to be clear, when I'm saying SnowRunner, I'm saying SnowRunner, Spin Tires, Mud Runner, the whole shebang, because those are kind of iterations of the same game. But that's not what the fans want. Counter argument, I'm also a fan of SnowRunner, and I think this is wonderful. I don't believe I signed anything saying that you speak for me. And I know a lot of people have been major fans of SnowRunner, have been very happy with this game. So, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the statement at large. But yeah, no, I would genuinely, like, it's not that I'd be disappointed if this was just, more SnowRunner. But I think the reality is, for SnowRunner to get these mechanics, it's going to need a major engine update, which is going to require higher specs. And usually that's the point you want to make a sequel, when you need to increase the system requirements. Because otherwise you have a lot of people who have been playing the game and then suddenly they can't play anymore. And people understandably get real upset about that. Because very much this is, for the record, this is like a iteration on the Expeditions engine. And the Expeditions engine is a major iteration on the SnowRunner engine. Like a massive, massive iteration. And it's not that you couldn't bring the SnowRunner engine to do some of these things. I do think it's a massive undertaking. Yeah, you think it's a good decision in the future to not try catering to only one exclusive audience? Otherwise, you can never do anything else ever again. Yep. We have to agree to disagree. That's fine. My point is more, very genuinely, the devs have vocally said that this isn't SnowRunner. It's not meant to be SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. So it is one of those things that the devs have made their case. And we are at the mercy of that. I do personally like the decisions they've made. But ultimately it is on the devs. They make those choices. But honestly, I've seen a lot of companies struggle where they make their game, it's got its niche, and they never deviate from it. And then eventually people get bored of the same formula again and again and again. Insert, Call of Duty... Assassin's Creed, dime a dozen names there. Yeah, a lot of fans is fair. There has definitely been a vocal number of people who wanted this to be SnowRunner 2 with basically SnowRunner 2 with being able to do more stuff like building roads and all that. That is a true statement. I don't know if they're the majority or the minority or all that. They're definitely vocal, but it's really hard to quantify. But it's not an insignificant number. Like, I agree 100% with that. But at the same time, I do think it is good for developers to branch out and do different things. Server 2, road building boogaloo. Well, that's honestly one of the likely things that could happen. Is for right now, I imagine we're just going to keep seeing SnowRunner getting the DLC like it's been getting. But there's going to be a time when that engine starts to get long in the tooth, where you start seeing the, the ugly edges of the engine, where we're kind of running up against the limitations of what it can do. Or that people, just kind of get tired of just doing SnowRunner as it is again and again, and they want a new version kind of thing. And maybe we're there, maybe we're not. Who knows? I've been very happy with what SnowRunner is, but I've also not gotten through literally all of the content because content creator problems. I can't put that kind of time into one game very often. But, some point in the future, SnowRunner needs an engine update. And so that's the point where SnowRunner 2 happens, or whatever they decide to ultimately name it. Now, if this game is wildly successful, I could certainly see the devs using this as going, hey, there is a market for this. Let's bring it in on SnowRunner. At the same time, if this game is wildly unsuccessful, which I don't think it has, I think it's actually been already more successful than Expeditions was. But, say it was wildly unsuccessful, the devs go, okay, this is a thing that the people have been asking for. We tried it, and it went poorly, so we're gonna go ahead and scrap that idea. And that is a thing that happens. And you can argue it's like, well, but it wasn't SnowRunner. They added this feature, but like, did the feature entertain on its own? And that is a thing to consider. Like, did people complain about the feature, or did they love the feature? Yeah. No, I know you said that, but I'm saying for the people who have been very, very vocally, complaining about, RoadCraft, and that, like, it doesn't have fuel, and it doesn't have repairing, and it doesn't have this and that, because there's been a large number of that. My fear is if that vocal group, if they do make the game come across as something that, is a flop failure, whatever you want to go with, then it'll teach the devs that the stuff they did in this game they shouldn't do anymore. Which is perhaps unfair. And maybe they'll have more nuance than that. But it is one of the things you always have to worry about, is when devs do these types of experiments, if they're not well received, it is information the devs pull from in the future for making future decisions. Because unfortunately we can't test anything in isolation on these scales. You can't properly A/B test it or anything like that. You just kind of have to throw it out into the world and hope it works. But do you honestly really love that RoadCraft doesn't make us track that stuff? It's just more chill. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, is I enjoy SnowRunner Hardcore mode. We've done plenty of that. Like, I really do enjoy it a lot. Like, it's literally what we were doing before RoadCraft came out. And at the same time, I also like that RoadCraft, like, it is more chill than SnowRunner. My brain doesn't think of it as chill SnowRunner, but it is, like, just, you're not barely trying to survive, like, getting your vehicle stuck, or, are you going, like, how do you set up your logistics to get that vehicle to the other side of the map and not have it run out of gas? Where do you stage your refuel vehicle and all that? Like, that's all fine. I enjoy that. But I kind of like that this one is more focused on, you're just trying to get everything online in the infrastructure. The classic, there's a time you want that game, they have to fight for every inch. And then there's times you just want to have a relaxing time where you drive some heckin' vehicles off-road. People don't realize the backlash doesn't do what they think it will. Yeah, no, that is a thing that does occur as well.
Oh, jeez. I think I jinxed it. Long story short, I want you to keep scratching their backs till they can bring production back online. They only need a small favor, you know. Just a container of parts and resources they need to get going. Think you can deliver it? Pretty please?
Okay, so we need 3 things of concrete slabs and a route. Let's grab the route. Because you never played SnowRunner, you just did not want to... You never played hardcore SnowRunner. Just did not want to be poor at start. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing about hardcore SnowRunner is that, or hard mode SnowRunner, it's a losable experience. You can genuinely soft lock your save. You're not going to get to check out the vehicles as fast. There is a lot more logistics planning, and for the record, I actually do enjoy that. I actually thought that was great, but it's also one of those things that there's definitely, you've got to be in a mood for it. If you're not into the mood for it and things start to derail, you can just scuff up your run because you get frustrated and just keep making not great decisions. Alright. So we're still got these trucks. As long as we got these trucks, it should be relatively okay. Meanwhile, this is our new scout vehicle we've got access to. Alright, so I need 3 concrete slabs. More than likely we're dragging those from the other side of the map. But it is worth me taking 2 seconds to check. I've gotten lucky a couple of times where they'll have a place where they just got 3 slabs tucked away in the neighboring building. I don't think we're going to get that lucky this time. So we got the concrete slabs place. Let's grab our mule, because the mule should do really thing. You shared the same thoughts. You just think the game that is literally not SnowRunner getting bad reviews because it's not SnowRunner is really, really unfair. Yeah, and it does happen a lot, which is part of the reason I've been a little bit vocal on it. And it's not just happens a lot to SnowRunner, it just happens to devs a lot. That you'll just have people who, they'll be like the new version of a game, it's trying to do something different, and it kind of things. But the Steam review, for example, can be totally awful to the point of nothing more than review bombing. Yeah. Well, it's a classic, like, you'll have a dev and they go, okay, we're coming out with our new game, and people go, well, why isn't it your other game? Well, no, we're coming out with a new game. Well, we're going to review bomb this because it's not your other game. It's not like, you've made this entirely new IP, why isn't it Fallout? And you go, well, it's not supposed to be Fallout. Right, but why isn't it Fallout? And I'm giving it, like, this is an exaggeration. But it's one of those things that it can be just a thing that you can have a toxic fan base. Review bombing is so, so common nowadays, it's quite sad. Yeah. It is a thing that I do wish there were more controls that, stuff like Steam would put in. So for one, like, before you can review a game, you've got to have, played it for a certain amount of time or more, kind of thing. Thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. Like, and it doesn't need to be a huge amount of time, like half hour, something like that. You do have to own the game, which is already a thing. You go through all that. I also think it's totally fair to go in, and if someone has, like, if you have someone who has a lot of games that they barely play and then review badly, like, again and again and again, I do think there should be a weighting system on reviews. That it's like, okay, this person's clearly just buying games to give them bad reviews. And I think that would honestly be entirely fair. To be like, hey, this person just buys a game, immediately dumpsters it, and just, you know, again and again kind of goes through and all that. Wasted money to be mad? Yeah, I mean, there's people who do it for, like, political reasons, or, like, games that don't align with ideological things and all that. And fair enough. But, like, the idea of a person who buys a game just so they can give it a bad review, like, that is actually a thing that is occurring. And it would be lovely to just have it where it's like, yeah, you know, this is clearly a whole thing. Buy a game, give a review, refund it. Yeah, no, I would also argue. So this is the catch-22 with some of these things. Like, if you are able to sit there, buy a game, review and refund, then there's like no cost to it. At the same time, a person who genuinely gets a game and it's really bad, and they buy it and then they review it and refund it, that should be something that's permitted, because you would want the person who's like, hey, this game was terrible, like, it doesn't run, all that. That's an important review. That's a good review that you want people to be able to get their hands on, so that hopefully they can make those things. Now, I do feel like stuff like reviews and all that, none of those should have any point values, like, no matter what your platform, because that's like one of the things that killed Stack Overflow in a lot of ways, is they effectively made it a point system for almost everything. And so literally preventing people from answering questions got you points, so moderation got wild, where you'd have questions that are clearly not the same question get attributed as the same question because, you know, you need them internet points. But yeah, no, I would definitely say if someone buys a game, reviews and refunds, and it's not like a rare thing, they do it multiple times and all that, there should definitely be a thing where it's like, oh yeah, we, like, this person's reviews, they get yeeted into the void now. Because clearly they're buying these games to give them a bad review, not that they bought the game, you know, and that's just that. I also personally feel like you shouldn't be able to give a review with no comment to it. What? Failed your... How did you fail your route there? What? I have a question, chat. This is the route that goes around. How did they fail inside the physical hitbox of the building's back? Just try again, I guess. Okay. Anyways. It's weird they dropped this stuff way over here, but counts that as down there. 2, 3. But yeah, no, it's definitely... Like, that's kind of the way I feel like with a lot of stuff, that if someone exhibits continuously shady behavior... Like, I wouldn't even make it a shadow ban kind of thing. Like, there's the whole idea of shadow ban where it's like, they post stuff and you just don't know you're banned. I would even turn around to, like, be like, hey, very clearly you're doing this behavior. You know, you're not allowed to review anymore. Like, very, very clearly these are not, you know, genuine, authentic, anything, you know, reviews. You're just kind of doing whatever. Steam will deal with abuse and stuff. Remember region gifting? They got abused. No more cross-line gifting or cross regions. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. It's really a hard thing because, again, there is value in someone being able to buy a game, go, this is terrible, and give it a bad review. But I do personally feel like one of the things is to give a review at all for a game, you gotta actually fill in like the description field of like what the review was. Not just 1 star or whatever. Like you have to turn around and be like, hey, I am getting this review a bad review because yada yada yada. And they do have a whole thing about is this review helpful or not. Like it's just so much gaming on it where you got a whole bunch of people who have pretty toxic views, and they're very genuinely going, you know, this game pronouns, yada yada, and then review bombing it, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. You've got people who want games to be something they're not. I do wish there was more mechanisms on Steam to kind of go with that. Let's see. Let's see, is this Minecraft but urban areas? No, it's more Pong. It's basically Pong meets Fortnite. With a very small touch of Doki Doki Literature Club and a side of Hello Kitty. I actually can't remember the full name of Hello Kitty, which kind of makes it harder for me to hold that joke. Alright, so we're going all the way to the opposite side of the map. Fair enough. But there's ways to filter reviews. Amazon prevented you from reviewing products because they discussed price or shipping and not the product themselves, i.e. Bought 3 times, each time was damaged by shipping. You never played Pong because the plastic balls scare the hell out of you? Sorry to laugh. Pong is the digital one. Ping pong is the physical one. So it just caught me off guard. But yeah, no, there's definitely worth doing a lot of that stuff. Like it's the same kind of thing that, I mean, I'm of the camp, like if you pop into a bunch of games, you say a bunch of racist garbage, and you get slapped for it, you just lose access to the entire platform. Like once you've had enough strikes that they go, hey, you know what? You're a detriment to this platform, get off of it. I might sound stupidish, but if you download the 4K textures pack, will it have an effect on the quality on your 1080p monitor as well, or it only activates? You really don't have a reason to grab the 4K pack unless you're running a 4K monitor. Even that, I would argue you still really don't have a reason to do it, but, you know, there's some argument there. When you get all the way up to, like, 4K textures, very genuinely, it's usually not that noticeable of a difference. Considering the performance implications usually are significant. It's kind of like ray tracing, where ray tracing, if you're being really, really technical and you really, really want to go nuanced, is better shadows than without ray tracing, but it also hits your frame rate by like 30% or more, even if you're running on amazing hardware. So even if I have a computer that's entirely capable of ray tracing, I'm usually turning it off as one of the first things I do, because I'd rather have that 30% frames per second, and I'm not even someone who really wants high frames per second. Like, it's fine if I have them, I'm not going to complain. But, like, basically, I would rather have very, very steady frames per second. But yeah, no, there's no reason to grab 4K textures unless you're running 4K monitor. And even then, like I said, I would argue it's probably still not worth getting them, but it's definitely not worth getting them if you don't have a 4K monitor. You're literally not going to see a difference. And it is just going to eat a bunch of video memory and all that. And hard drive space and all that. Alright, so we're just trying to drive these the other side of the map, drop off the concrete. Man, I know it's kind of one of those things that, like, I'm very in the camp that I've told the stories many times about. I used to play a lot of competitive games, like a lot of competitive games, and there's ones that I got really high ranked in and all that because very much enjoyed it. And I kind of just hit the point where number of cheaters on one game made the game basically unenjoyable anymore, that like more rounds are being ruined by people like moving around the map at Mach 5 and headshotting everyone, you know, versus, you know, other ones that just you'd open a game and it'd be like a good solid game and your own teammates would just be shouting racist stuff at you the entire time you're playing the game when like everyone has a positive score and is doing well. And it just got to the point like, you know what, I'm not having fun. Like objectively, if we take this toxic, you know, this toxic behavior out of here, I should be having an absolute blast. But the fact that I have to deal with this garbage the entire time I'm playing the game, I'm just not having fun with it. Where am I taking these? Where's the actual spot I'm okay, it's right there by the beams place. Alright. Rainbow Six was your favorite game? For me, it was, PUBG was the one that, like, the cheating finally kind of was like, you know what, just forget this. Just I'm out. That it was kind of becoming a normal thing that you'd play in the evening. You get, like, 3-4 rounds in, and of those, like, 2 or 3 of them would be ruined by someone moving around the map at, like, lightning speed, and you just watch headshot just going down the entire left side of the screen of the one person killing literally everyone with headshots. And now it's kind of like, you know what? Forget this. Like, I've put in, like, 2 hours tonight just trying to have one good game, and, you know, you finally think you got a game without a cheater. They get about 10-15 minutes into the round, and then suddenly you see all the headshots showing up. You're like, oh, they just waited to push the I win button. I understand. And so I stopped playing that one. And I would argue that, you know, cheat prevention is a moderation thing. And then for the other one is Heroes of New Earth, I got really, really high ranked. And as the game gained popularity, you know, it went from being kind of this niche game that you had toxic people in it, don't get me wrong, but it was pretty tame. And, you know, when someone would pop in and be toxic, usually people just mute them. And I can't remember, I don't think there's a rating system. There was, like, I think you could put them on, like, your block or ignore list, and the community was small enough that when people started doing that, people just would disappear from games. That they just couldn't find matches anymore because half the people had them blocked. But then it kind of became more widely played, and it got to that point where you just really couldn't get around it. You could sit there and, you know, block, ban, whatever, and it just kept being more and more and more of them. They were headquartered where you lived, you think? Gotcha. But yeah, and that was a game, like I said, I got really good at that one. I don't remember the rating system to it, but I remember I got to like about halfway up on the highest tier rating and everything. And I just had a night where I was playing the game, our team was winning, everyone was like positive KDR. You know, and it wasn't one of those ones where we were utterly trouncing the other team. Like, it was a very solid, enjoyable match where we were having to like fight for our win, but we were winning. And I just remember a person just like screaming at all of us and all sorts of awful things that I won't repeat because TOS. And I was like, I'm not enjoying this. I'm not having fun. Like, I'm dealing with people being crappy to me at customer service-wise the whole day, and I don't need this in my evening.
This whole area used to be green as lettuce, in the environmentally conscious sense. It was running off a solar power station. Naturally, the storm threw a spanner in the works. But I cling to the hope that the panels are just dirty. Could you drop by and check it for damage? Also, looks like we need an operations base close to the port. Find a good spot somewhere on the river, then... Sorry. It's just the usual list of wants from the local authorities. Boring. But nothing you can't handle, right?
Okay, Kelly. Alright, so we've got fix the road down here. Alright, so let's start by grabbing our truck or our SUV is over here, right? That's convenient because that's in the area. Alright. So let's go to our objectives. Set up river base, do that. Recently, Star Wars Battlefront 2 got updated, and it's getting popular again. Yeah, I was reading about that. That's honestly one of those ones that's been an impressive story to me, because Battlefront 2 came out and basically utterly murdered its reputation because the microtransaction were like really outlandishly egregious. Like they were setting a new bar for just how predatory they were. And that went on for a while, and they were getting really bad reviews. And one of the higher-ups at Disney got on the phone with one of the higher-ups at Electronic Arts, and then suddenly the microtransactions went away. And I personally wish I could have been on that phone call, because I am willing to bet that was not a fun phone call for the people on the Electronics Arts side. Because there are certain companies you do not F with, and one of those is Disney. Disney has really good lawyers. And I am willing to bet that guy got off that phone and everything hurt a little bit.
X marks the spot. I suppose the view explains the shopping list from the locals, doesn't it? If we want to settle here, you have your work cut out for you. And the company really does want this spot, so you better get going.
Alright, so if we want this spot, we have to build a road. We can activate this quarry. Watch the time. Oh! I didn't even realize we were over our time. Like, very genuinely, it feels like it's only, like, 2 a.m. or something like that, not the 4. Also, Kelly would fit very well in Doki Doki Game. I could see that. You simply do not frick around with the mouse. No, you don't mess with the mouse. Like, don't get me wrong, the mouse will sometimes try to get away with stuff that it's genuinely guilty of, and the courts will slap him for it. But generally, if you're doing, like, a copyright violation, Mickey's gonna backhand you into oblivion. Like, I don't think it's a good thing, but you do not mess with the mouse. The mouse will come after you. So Electronic Arts really screwing up so bad with Battlefront 2 with the microtransactions. As much as Electronic Arts also lawyers up against people, I don't imagine Electronic Arts would win a court battle against Disney. That is not a fight I would want to fight. Anyways, but thank you for the reminder on the time, because I thought it was like 2 hours ago, and I am streaming tomorrow and all that, and my sleep schedule's already properly jacked. I need not to. Yeah, Electronics does not have the resources to fight Disney. No, it doesn't. If it comes down to seeing who can lawyer harder, doesn't stand a chance. One thing I am going to do real fast is they're going to go bridges, wood. I'm not going to actually build them right now, but I am going to mark them down there. Because I see that, and I'm immediately like, this route here is going to be important to us. I can already see that, because we got the river base here, we got all this down here. None of this is convenient to get at from our desert base. And I would 100% expect us to get a route to go over to, like, the plumbing station or something. So them having that there, that is our... That's not the right marker. It's fine. That is our kind of strong arm being like, hey, build your bridges here. Anyways, with that said, chat, it is getting to be that time, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone to raid. If you are watching over on YouTube, I don't have a host ready, so the stream will be dropping. But thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe on that end. If you have enjoyed the content over here on Twitch, we stream a lot.